Hello, tes. Sekejap Aku start awal sikit sebab aku tahu Archon Quest sedikit lama. Alright, here we go. Okay. How's it going everyone? Welcome to my live stream. So, dengar tak suara aku? Harap dengar. Kalau tak dengar boleh Roger. Seperti biasa, hari ni aku buat awal hari Khamis. Kalau tak memang biasanya hari Jumaat aku buat live stream. Disebabkan esok aku tak ada, aku gerak KL. That's why aku buat hari ni. And macam aku pun tak sabar nak dapat Furina. So pull awal sikit lah. And then kita akan pull Furina dulu. Settle pull Furina, kita akan teruskan ke Archon Quest 4.2. Ada orang buat dalam 2 jam 3 jam. Itu yang jenis skip lah. Tapi normally aku tengok dia punya duration dalam 4 jam lebih lah. At least kira 5 jam lah senang cerita. So aku target at least dalam pukul 12 lebih. Max pukul 1 lah. Max pukul 1 lah. Aku harap maybe dalam 12 lebih dah boleh settle. So aku pun untuk Furina tu aku dah dapat dia. Aku tak farm dia punya materials apa semua tu dulu. Aku akan ketepikan dulu. Yang penting dah dapat Furina, terus Archon Quest. Tapi tak tahulah dapat ke tak, right? Aku pun still dalam 50-50 sekarang ni. Lima jam. 5 jam. So, agak lama jugalah. Dia macam last time lah aku buat Act 3 dengan Act 4 sekali kan. Itu memang lama. Anyway, Adelia Koyum, Kunju, Pause, welcome to the stream. Waalaikumsalam. Zes Gaming, waalaikumsalam. Semalam saya sudah pun dapat Furina. Alhamdulillah. Congrats. Saya terkejut sangat sebab saya baru tekan wish 10 times tu sekali saja pump terus dapat. Saya faham perasaan tu. Kira aku pun sama jugalah. Aku masa pull siapa pull Ipan dekat account subscriber aku semalam. Aku mula kalah and then next 10 wish terus keluar dia. Itu memang aku tak expect. Amakun, waalaikumsalam. Crispy Cream, waalaikumsalam. Semoga mendapat Furina kepada semua. Amin. Ziarto, welcome. Itu dekat college ke sekarang ni? Archon Quest is a banger. Ya. Aku memang ramai kata menarik lah. Memang ramai kata menarik kali ni punya Archon Quest. Cuma aku harap, aku tak sure aku boleh terus habiskan hari ni ataupun tidak. Cuma harap boleh lah. Sebab aku memang tak nak lambat-lambat sangat. Kalau boleh, ikut aku punya energy lah kot. Dah drain ke belum? But kita tak nak buang masa. Aku nak terus main Genshin Impact sekarang ni. Untuk pull Furina dahulu. Settle pull Furina, barulah pergi ke Archon Quest. Alright. Nasib start awal sempatlah habisnya Archon Quest 4.1 hari tu. I think so. Tapi kalau maybe tak sempat habis, aku akan stop pertengahan lah kot. Tengok dulu macam mana. Semalam saya dapat Furina first 10 pull, 0 PT. What? Alright, itulah. Serius lah 0 PT terus dah dapat. Wow. Saya dapat Furina PT 60. Okay, nice. Nampak macam ramai dapat early. So, maybe aku ada green light di situ. Tak nak Furina, nak Ayatodas my Hydro Archon. Go. Pull dia. Janji mana kita rasa berminat, pull. Jangan risau. Oh, jap. Lupa nak tukar scene. Tengok muka aku pula. Okay, ini dia. Genshin Impact. Wait until the next day. Oh, itu untuk Archon Quest sebenarnya. Sebab sekarang ni, aku tak kisah Archon Quest dulu. Apa yang aku kisah, Furina. Untuk balik rumah aku ataupun tidak. So, Fate aku ada 5. Primus aku ada 12 to 99. And history tak silap aku still 35 kot. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. 35. So, harap ada luck. Harap ada luck. Sebab aku takut macam maybe semalam aku dah bagi dekat aku punya subscriber tu luck. So dia dah hilang. But ya harap dia dah pindah kat aku balik. But yep, kita akan teruskan sampai 40 dahulu. One by one. And then kita 10-10 Now sebab aku ada 5 fate. So memang ngam-ngam. Mantap. Jungling. Okay. Aku dah C6. So tak heran. One more. Okay, tidak. 40. Sekarang PT aku dah 40. 50 lah kita, ya. Masa kat subscriber aku semalam PT 40 dapat. So ini untuk Furina. Untuk aku harap PT 50 dia dah keluar lah. So here we go. Furina. Terus. 5 star. Okay, tak. Maybe untuk diri aku ni, aku kena hit PT lah. Aku rasa lah. Maybe. Last time pun masa Neuvillette aku dapat early weh. Oh, Charlotte. Alright, nice. And 2 4 star kita dapat Beidou and Charlotte. Masa benda Neuvillette hari tu aku kalah PT 40. And then menang PT 50. Not bad. Oh, 3 4 star. Okay, baiklah. Oh, okay. So Beidou aku dah C6 dah. Nice. PT 60. Please. 5 star lah, please. Early, no. 70 lah. Come on. Dah dapat 3 4 star tu. Itu macam green light sikit. But I don't know. Ni dapat siapa pula ni? Sacrificial fragments. Okay, not bad. 70. Come on, Hoyo. Give me luck. Nope. Aduh, aku tak nak 5. Aku tak nak terus 75. Aku nak terus ke 80. Sebab aku yakin memang akan dapat 5 star terus. Please jangan hard PT lah. Jangan hard PT. Come on. Beidou lagi. Come on lah. Aku dah C6. 5 star. Here we go. Soft PT. Yes. Menang lah please. Bagi aku mood untuk main Archon Quest. Aku nak main Archon Quest dengan bermood. Come on, Hayo. Okay, dia mesti bagilah. Selalunya kalau aku dapat last ni, kalah tau. Okay, itu aku seram. Clay. Terus menang. Yes. Aku dah ingat dia punya splash art. So that's why aku kenal Furina. Aku dah agak dah. Kalau pull untuk waifu, mesti aku menang punya. Kalau pull husband dia, aku kalah. Alright. Now baru aku the moon untuk main Archon Quest. Yes sir. Furina dah pun balik rumah. And aku punya Primus pun still ada lebih 5899. Adakah aku nak pull weapon dia? Memang menarik kalau aku dapat weapon dia juga. Sekejap, tengok history. 5. Okay, sikit. Tak cukup. So, dekat 4.3 kita dah tahu Navia dan juga siapa tah karakter yang baru tu, nama dia aku tak ingat. Tapi aku rasa dia 4 star. Yang 5 star kita ada Navia saja. So, untuk Navia pun aku skip. And aku just save je lah lagi Primus maybe untuk karakter dekat 4.4. So yep, sekejap kita tengok sekejap Furina, here we go. Dah lah dia menangis dalam trailer tu. Sekejap lagi kita tengoklah dia menangis. So dia dah balik rumah, harap dia akan rasa happy sikit. Weapon apa yang nice untuk dia pun aku tak tahu. Artifacts aku tahu, 4 piece golden troop. And aku ada banyak code artifacts tu, biar aku check. Golden troop, mana ada? Oh ni 85, look at that, banyak. Tapi ada stats yang nice ke? Aku harap ada lah. And dia punya main statnya pun aku tak ada survey lagi apa yang nice untuk dia. Tak apa, abaikan. Installation kosong macam biasa. And talent ni pun nantilah Furina nanti Yang penting kau dah balik rumah. That's it, itu je yang aku nak. Weapon pula, no. Weapon takkan pull. Dah dapat ke? Yes, dah dapat dah. Oh, sekejap. Tukar Furina. Yang aku tahu Furina memang nice untuk bawa dalam team bersama ayah tu. I mean Neuvillette. So yep. Kita ada Hydro Archon dan juga kita ada Dragon. Furina. Okay, dia cute lah. Aku suka dia lah. I mean bukannya dari segi apa lah. Sebab dia macam hutau. Perangai dia macam hutau. So that's why aku macam suka sikit. Now Archon Quest time baby. Archon Quest time. Wait until the next day. Okay, so aku kena tukar jam set. Sure. Chevreuse. Ya, itu nama dia. Aku pun tak tahu pronounce dia macam mana sebenarnya. Chevreuse. Ya, something like that. Pukul 8, right? Ya. Fazy nak tengok stats Neuvillette. Okay, jap aku tunjuk. By the way, sebenarnya aku... Oh, okay. Chat aku hilang. No wonder. Okay, ya Allah. Aku nampak chat yang dekat bawah webcam aku je sekarang ni. Memang tak nampak banyak. So, Neuvillette tadi siapa nak tengok? Ayaka Forever. Okay, ini dia saya punya Neuvillette. Crit rate 28.3. Amat low ya. Memang amat low. Dia kena at least dalam 40% itu dacun. Crit damage 238.8. Not bad. HP 41k. Aku rasa dia naik 41k sebab ada 2 hydro character ke? Aku rasa lah. Weapon aku guna dia punya signature weapon. Of course. Artifacts 4-piece Marechaussee Hunter. HP, hydro damage dan juga HP. Tapi aku rasa maybe better crit damage or crit rate lah dekat sini. Ikut stats korang lah macam mana. Macam kalau dah balance, HP dah enough, gunalah crit rate dengan crit damage tu. Constellation C0, Talent 1077. Ini aku nak naikkan lagi. And dia punya burst aku nak crown. Cuma materials tak cukup lagi. So yeah, nantilah. Aku akan farm insyaAllah kalau aku ada rasa rajin. So 4.2 Archon Quest, ramai kata the best Archon Quest so far. So yeah, aku nak rasa sendirilah. Sebab aku tengok pun macam I don't know, memang ramai rate tinggi lah untuk Archon Quest kali ni. And aku nak tengok juga Furina, kenapa dia nangis, apa semua tu. And kita ada karakter baru iaitu Skirk, macam mana dia boleh muncul. Banyak benda menarik. Okay, jap. Oh, okay. Lift ke atas ke? Okay, kena tunggu dia turun. Sekejap, aku tak ingat ada teleport ke atas ni? Okay, ada sebenarnya. Okay, faham. Thanks. No problem. Dah boleh go build your Neuvillette now. Tapi aku rasa Neuvillette tu macam maybe lah build trash pun still damage dia padu je. Serius, aku rasa lah. Irfan Aiman, tahniah by the way. Selamat pulang balik luck tadi. Nasib sempat pulang. Kalau tak, aduh, terpaksa chat je kan. Pulang aku punya ni luck sekarang. Some time has passed in the incident. Blah blah blah. Okay. So sekarang ni kira macam diorang punya hari tahanan ni dah habis lah. Nak keluar dari prison ni. Yep. Hey Teddy, thank you so much. And wait, pahal tu dia tak ngam dengan aku punya webcam. Ya Allah, tak lawa. Tak lawa, kita tutup balik lah. Alright. Aku lupa nak adjust. Kelang kabut tadi. Anyway, thank you Teddy sebab join membership saya. Furina aku, oh ya, aku punya Furina ni tak upgrade apa-apa langsung. Tak apa Furina, nanti Furina. Sebab esok pun sampai hari Ahad aku dah tak ada. So memang tak boleh nak build dia langsung. Miss Genshin selama 3 hari. Aduh. And alamak. Aku tengok macam antara korang dah ramai juga yang dah settle main Archon Quest, right? Laju buat kerja.
I'm fine, thanks. But I wonder what that tremor was just now. Let's go ask the Duke.
The Duke, okay. Siapa Duke kita? Oh, Rosalie. Lupa Rosalie Akhirnya ada masa nak tengok live Fazy. Mantap lah Teddy. Dah boleh konsisten. Guru. Alright, the Duke. Aku rasa lah belum pukul 9 pun maybe boleh settlekan terus hari ni Archon Quest.
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came
So
from
tu
the
benda
surface.
biasa yang berlaku lah.
Over the years of serving as
Tak
the
ada apa
warden
yang perlu
here, I've
dirisaukan
developed a
sangat.
sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater.
The seal that Monsieur
Besides, the
Neuvillette.
seal that Monsieur Neuvillette said,
So the fortress is okay?
if you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh. You've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask about what happened.
Alright.
By the way, do you know what day it is today?
Ya,
I believe today
hari
is this
untuk
month's
keluar
pipe
dari
cleaning day.
tempat ni.
Wait, seriously?
Ah, yes. Have you...
Yep. It's you two.
Sejwin.
That's right. Today is our last day in prison.
Ha, Sejwin pun tak keluar dekat 4.3. Bila agaknya dia akan keluar?
Feel like, oh yeah, Paimon. Then be sure to come back and visit.
I will miss you too, Sejwin. She's cute. She's cute. I'm not gonna lie.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guard...
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure.
Mengada je Paimon.
Well,
Keluar
you
sendiri
actually
ya.
agreed. No worries, you
Ah, so you do have a polite side.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Yeah, don't worry, we'll
Aku
come
rasa
back to
Sejwin ni
see
sebenarnya
you.
5 star tau. Aku rasa
Paimon
lah.
really likes the cafeteria here.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see
5
you.
star healer. So maybe dia akan jadi macam Cici 2.0 lah.
Well, it seems our work
But
in the
maybe
Fortress of Meripede
better daripada Cici. I don't
That's
know.
the end of another chapter in our journey. And we should probably go report to him now. You're going to see Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes.
Please pass on our kind regards.
I'm sure just your regards will do, no?
I believe it would be the polite thing.
You're right. I've heard the palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he
Oh
hasn't
ya,
been
pasal
overwhelmed
ni
by
lah,
the recent
pasal
string
child
of
dia apa
troubles.
semua, right? Go to the Palais Mermania. Oops, salah buka. Kena ready tissue nanti ada part terlalu sedih. Wow, okay. Itu mesti part Furina nangis nanti tu. But aku memang nak tahu apa sebab Furina nangis. Sian dia. Dah lah tengok perangai dia happy. Nangis. Aduh, tak boleh macam tu. Sedih. Weird thing, Sejwin is 5 star, yes. I mean, karakter budak pun kita tak banyak yang 5 star lagi tau. Aku rasa Cici dengan Klee. Diorang tu je, right? Ada lagi ke yang budak 5 star? I don't think so.
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity
Gerak lu nak sambal conquest. Oh, belum main lagi Amakun. Alright. Go, sambung. Kita main sesama lah kira.
It's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Neuvillette did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Okay.
Excuse me. Would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. You can see yourselves in.
Okay, baik.
Everyone's so busy. Seems a lot has been happening.
Then, jomlah kita tanya Cik Neuvillette. Apa yang berlaku sebenarnya ni? So, dia maybe macam Act 5 dengan 6 jugalah. Sebab macam hari tu Act 3 and 4 duration dia sama panjang dengan Act 5 ni tau.
Come at the right time, but
But
you'll
diorang
have to
tak bagi
wait
dua,
for
just
a moment,
terus saja.
as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first. In the meantime, please have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusina.
That's all right. We just
Very well then.
let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
Okay, baik. Agak awkward silence kalau terjadinya benda macam ni.
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the fortress of Meripede,
Betul.
and it appears that you've managed.
Ya.
That's right. And we came here to see you right away.
Bagus diorang berdua ni. Memang betul-betul semangat. Tak ada rasa nak, okay lepak jap, rehat jap.
Massive
Tak ada.
wheel.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the primordial sea. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Teyvat. Therefore, we can only assume that child is presently immersed in
Yes.
primordial sea.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how?
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself. Yes? What is it?
Ah, right. wasn't from underwater, so we...
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's the
So
source of
patutlah
the
disuruh
tremor
kita
was
tunggu
here
jap.
on the surface near Poisson. After
Poisson.
the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
The water levels rose?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of
So
time.
adakah time ni pun
and
macam
already returned to
Fontaine
normal.
dah nak
However,
kena
I
banjir
still
lagi?
have a bad feeling. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Navia should be in Poisson, right?
Spina di Rosula.
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first.
Alright.
I'll meet you there to check on...
Roger that.
To lose, let's get going!
So
Please
kalau
be
macam
careful.
kiranya time ni Fontaine hampir nak kena banjir lagi, so memang banyak lah yang berlaku sebenarnya. So aku rasa 4.2 Archon Quest, maybe 4.3 tak ada kot. Sebab kadang-kadang ada version yang tak ada Archon Quest, right? Maybe sama dekat 4.4 ke apa ke. I don't know. Just recently got Navia gameplay. Oh, leaks Aku tak tengok lagi. Nampak smart. Dia Geo right? Aku macam tak... Okay, ada waifu, but aku macam tak ada rasa tertarik sangat untuk pull dia. I don't know why. Maybe aku kena tengok dia punya leaks dulu nanti, and mana tahu tiba-tiba menarik perhatian aku. I don't know.
What happened here? Navia should be around here, right? We need to make sure she's still...
Hai. Okay, semuanya dah collapse. Oi, ada seorang di situ. Are you okay, bro? Nanti pun ada masa Navia hampir nak jatuh tu yang Traveller selamatkan, right? Aku tengok ada orang bawa min macam scene dekat The Amazing Spider-Man tu. Ya, aku pun macam okay. Ini relatable sebenarnya.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance. All right.
Oh,
I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on...
aduh bro, baru tua sikit tu.
He looks pretty sad.
My leg! How could this have happened?
Just hang in there. Help is on the way.
Bak mana Navianya? Navia enggak ada lagi. Serius memang Fontaine tengah kecoh sekarang ni. Continue looking for Navia. Wait. Oh, okay. Still ada lagi Hydroclase aku tak ambil kat situ.
It's Navia. She's over there.
Aku quest dengan story quest Furina. Why? Sedih ke?
Navia, are you okay?
Kalau story quest Neuvillette hari tu sedih. Tata Furina lagi sedih.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as
Sebab kalau
quickly
tengok
as we
background
could.
Furina pun sebenarnya dia memang agak kesian lah dekat dia.
the water level suddenly rose.
I mean kalau kita tengok dekat karakter demo dengan karakter apa teaser tu, right?
Demoiselle, there was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety.
He's wounded?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up.
Alright.
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor.
Understood. I'll take
Aku
over
tak
his
tunggu
search
diorang
and
cakap
rescue
sampai
mission in
habis.
the meantime.
Just aku dah habis baca, aku
Alright,
tekan.
you'll be in charge. I'm sorry. Where were we?
Taylor Swift.
The situation
Kita ada
in
Taylor
Poisson?
Swift, baby.
Right. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that
Okay.
something might have exploded in the waterways. The rushing water seemed a little odd,
Saja
almost like the
tiba-tiba
unique color
slow
of primordial
suara dia.
seawater. Some people didn't. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been... The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater. So the lower levels of Poisson...
Okay,
No one
faham.
knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the rest.
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
It was quite frightening indeed.
Ni mesti ada kena-mengena ni dengan
I
shelter,
only
dengan
wish
whale tu
that
apa semua.
everything that just...
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
We
Thank
are
you
here to
for
help.
being so willing
But
to
aku nak
help
tengok
in
juga
a
the
moment of crisis
Nave.
like this.
Dia memang akan ada lagi kat sini. But apa dia punya
Don't say that, Navia.
role?
That's what friends are for.
Sebab aku nak tengok dia punya side jahat dia tu bila nak keluar.
Demoiselle, we've got a situation here.
That's why kadang-kadang aku fikir, dia ni jahat ke baik sebenarnya?
I'll be right there.
Why aku macam ingat si
Sorry,
Alekino tu boleh jadi
I
baik
need
juga
to go for
sebab
now.
ya dia kan take care of si Lynette tu apa semua, right?
And as
So
she
maybe
goes,
macam ada side baik dia jugalah
since it might
sikit.
be a while before she can take a break.
But we don't know.
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best,
Alright.
Traveler. Paimon, would you two
Eh
accompany me?
boleh.
Huh? Right
Tak ada
now?
masalah. Ni kalau ayah kan nampak jealous ni. Lama dah tak dengar karakter-karakter dekat Inazuma, right? Nak pull Chlorine lah tu, yes. Memang nak pull Chlorine dia. Still skip Navia. Maybe samalah saya ni. Yang sekarang ni aku nak Chlorine je lah, tinggal Furina dah dapat. And Alekino. So yeah, still tak tahu Alekino tu sebenarnya playable or not. Caps, hello Fazy and Sim. Hey, hello brother. Welcome. Contacts for Navia, X gun cannon.
Not a lot of
I mean
people
karakter
here,
baru
huh?
yang nak keluar nanti tu pun Chef Jevrios tu. Dia pun pegang gun kan?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation,
Adakah memang akan ada
Poisson,
gun punya
doesn't think
weapon
there'd be a
lepas
ton
ni?
of
Aku pun
people
tak
here
sure.
visiting graves.
Right,
Takkanlah nak
that's
catalyst gun?
how things are now. The live...
Tak kena.
Navia?
Navia, jangan nangis Navia. Oh, ramai yang karakter nangis kali ni. What happened?
Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry, I
Terkenang.
just... Malus and Silver, they won't ever come back here again. What should I do, Papa?
Huh? What happened
Diorang
to
baru
them?
dah mati?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents,
Oh, no.
but they couldn't leave in time.
Oh no.
And they were caught
Okay, no
in
wonder
the
dia sedih
seawater.
sangat.
What should we do?
I mean, dua orang yang paling rapat dengan dia dah tak ada weh.
I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid. But I
That's
couldn't
alright, Navia.
hold a funeral for my father.
You have me.
And I know
I
where
mean
he
traveller
rests.
maksudnya.
But as for Malus and Silver, they're just...
Traveller sentiasa
Gone.
menemani anda.
I just can't...
Melu Silver, aduh.
Everything
Bapak
looks
dah
so
tak ada.
clean
Dan
after
dorang
it
berdua ni pun dah tak ada.
rains.
Whew,
Even the gravestone.
that's hard. That's
I
hard.
didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front.
I can understand. Besides, the scene.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit...
How could Master ever be upset with you? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not?
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I
But
hope you'll let
pada
me
aku
be
agak
buried
nice
beside
jugalah. At
Master
least macam
Callas,
nampak
Demoiselle.
Hey, stop
macam a good
joking
character
around.
mati lah. Tak asyik jahat mati. Nah.
I'm quite serious. That way, it'll save us both the
Nampak
trip
lah
to
dia
see
punya
each other
storyline
whenever you
tu
visit your father's grave.
gempak sikit, right? Lain daripada lain sikit.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all, besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just...
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously.
Tadi dia pun dah anggap diorang
I'd
berdua ni
really
macam
prefer
bapak dia
not to
sendiri,
talk
right?
about this stuff. And
Dia
what
lagi
do
si
you mean by
melus ni lah.
saving me a trip? I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am.
But yeah, tak boleh,
breaking
right?
that
Diorang dah
promise.
tak ada dissolve.
I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better.
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But Malus and Silver have helped me so. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Nice.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how.
That's a good
By the
friend
way,
right there.
You can have a look at this.
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny.
Okay, tu apa tu? Nama orang yang dah...
Everyone else is safe.
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're
Okay.
right. We lost Malus and Silver. But the overall outcome indicates that the cost was
Right. Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but
A tree.
Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon.
Berguna
What
Paimon
you
ni.
said just now was
Sangat berguna.
pretty amazing, actually.
Oh, really?
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
Sampai sudah. My future waifu.
The knave?
Is everything going well on your
Eh, what?
side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All
Okay.
the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing
So
to
Navia
relocate
pun
them to higher
work
ground.
together with her. And dia pun ikut kata Navia ni. Wow.
As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you
That's why
very
macam
much.
aku kata tadi lah. Dia ni baik sebenarnya. Ataupun dia ni baik ke jahat sebenarnya, right?
Do you two know each other?
We
So
just met
far
recently.
tak nampak lagi lah dia
Right,
punya
Miss
bad
Navia?
side tu. Dark side dia tak ada nampak lagi. Memang tak ada.
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. That thanks to the knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from
Ataupun
the
dia
Fatui,
just
which allowed us
sesaja
to
buat baik ni
complete the
semua sebab
rescue and
sebenarnya dia ada
evacuation work so quickly.
motif lain. Tu pun tak tahu
Mutual
juga.
aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously.
Okay.
My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of power. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled
One
by
day
this
you
token
will
of our
also be able to help me in
sincerity.
the same way.
Without your
Okay.
help, there would have been many more casualties.
Ayat dia
I won't
macam
forget
kadang-kadang
your
ada sedikit
kindness.
fishy, but I don't know.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you... As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any
They
specific
choose to
person.
become heroes.
And
Yeah.
I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster.
So, you're one who will try to change fate then?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Terre. I
Hotel
still have
Bouffe
some
de
things to take
Terre.
care of,
Oh,
and the
okay.
children need my attention.
Memang France sangat tu.
By the way, traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Okay, apa tu?
All right, then we'll just... huh?
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today,
Okay.
traveler. I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance.
Yes.
You and I both know that there may be issues with the primordial sea. Previously, it was the fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and this time, indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have
the
discovered
chest.
some ruins near Poisson.
Tak buka lagi.
The ruins date back to ancient times, and
Oh.
judging by the dating of the
Ruins
ruins, they
ancient
may be related
times.
to
So
the
adakah
prophecy and the coming
ruins tu yang akan bawa
crisis.
kita ke
The
Skirk tu nanti?
situation is becoming more urgent. So my people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration.
So that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have... Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you, which is why I want to give you this task.
Are you sure this will be okay?
The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they can...
Yep.
Oh, that somehow makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children...
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right? We can handle that.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to...
Well, I'm sad, yes.
Tak apalah.
But
Biarlah dia
I
hilangkan
can't
rasa
just
sedih
go
dia dengan
back
kita pula kan.
and plot. There's no point in being
Pergi ke
depressed while we
expedition
still have a
sikit-sikit.
disaster on our hands. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself.
Ya, betul. Keep your mind off from that tragedy. Passion kamera now can be yeah.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections.
Let's
All
go.
right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up and get going.
Poisson. Cuma nak bagi tahu je lah bahawa Zhelong dan Fontaine character nak lawan Pause tu nanti. Oh, okay. So memang macam function dah ada shield untuk lawan dia. Faham. Fontaine character dah tahulah nak buat siapa kan. Kita ada Abel Neuvillette. Neuvillette, Zhongli in the same team. Sama je apa hal aku. Tak apa. Norliana, hey, thank you so much. Welcome to Fazynerss Club. Appreciate it. Anyway, harap anda enjoy the stream. Macam tak pernah perasan lagi, baru first time masuk ke? Ya, ada teleport ke kat situ? Tak ada right, memang kena jalan. Oh ya, weapon Furina pun apa yang nice aku tak tahu weapon apa yang nice untuk dia lagi. Sebab weapon dia crit damage, right? Crit damage weapon yang aku ada kalau 5 star. Ada ke? Sword. Macam tak ada. Aku ada Haran. Haran crit rate tak silap aku. Tapi Haran pun macam ramai kata memang Ayato je yang sesuai tau. Macam nak pakai kat karakter lain tu macam tak sesuai sangat. The whale got hydro resistant. So yeah, damage can be... Oh, okay. Faham?
So,
Kau dah main custom request? Nope. Kita main Archon quest dulu.
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just
Takkanlah
be
terus dah jumpa Skirk. I don't think so. So maybe ni bukan ruins tu lah kot. Sebab aku rasa memang kita kena jumpa si Childer dulu. Then baru Skirk kita keluar. So tak boleh nak bawa Furina. Nope. Aku akan bawa Benny.
I won't hold you back much.
Archon quest ya. Ini Archon quest. Bang, better tunggu akak Raiden ke pull Lady Furina? Hoi, aku tak sure. I mean, nak pull dia sebab apa? Sebab dia punya function ataupun dia punya damage ke apa tu? Sebab kalau macam fikir waifu, tu lain cerita lah. Macam dua-dua waifu, dua-dua mana-mana nak pull lah. But kalau macam dari segi damage ke dari segi support ke mana lagi function, aku rasa macam aku dah tahulah memang Raiden lah function. Macam Furina ni aku tak try main dia lagi, so aku pun tak sure sangat. But dia Archon, so pada aku wajib pull. And dia cute, waifu. So yeah.
into the wind.
Silence!
Aku tak pernah dengar lagi suara Neuvillette dalam Japanese punya dub. Aku macam dah selesa dengan English dub sekarang ni. Okay, aku macam pelik mana nak pergi, macam jalan mati kan. Malas fight kau Lichel. Festering Desire. Itu weapon 4 star ke 5 star? 4 star. Hello, Noliana. Tapi ya, aku macam still mencari solution dia. Why kalau chat tak keluar aku punya emoji tu tau. Macam geram.
And a lot of it too.
Hope InsyaAllah nanti aku boleh film Islam dah lah tu. Sebab dia keluar macam tu lah. Fizzy Hello tu macam aduh. I don't like it. I don't like it.
You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous and it won't be any help for you to just stay here. Don't get by my wrong. We're not saying it.
No, you're right.
Useless.
I can't do anything in this situation. That complicates things.
Maybe the only way left is forward.
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water level. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit.
Ya. Sebab dia create Fontaine. Itu bahaya.
Oh no, it's a dead end.
Oh, panjat.
Over from the side.
Okay. Lepas tu. Alright. Siapa agak-agak kita kena fight dekat sini Ada boss ke? Tak ada. Jap. Oh, ni ruins. Ni bukan. Okay, aku ingat. Oh. Sebab area baru pun aku tak buka lagi. So, iya. Ingat macam tiba-tiba ni dekat tempat baru ke, right? Manalah tahu dia macam dekat Inazuma. Ada yang dalam punya dalam. Oh, oi, what? Nanti gempak lah dia nak bersin. No Navia. Okay. Imagine Spider-Man scene. Oh, Traveler pun berkata-kata. Come on Traveler. No. Takkan lah Navia pun nak jumpa Melus dan Silver. Oh no. Okay tak. Nasib baik. Tapi macam
Demoiselle.
Huh?
Okay.
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just wants
Ini
some
dekat
time to
afterlife
herself,
ke?
Melus.
Oh.
Yes, it would appear so.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I have this as a familiar feeling, yet...
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Dia tak sedar ke yang dia dah... ni pun aku tak tahu apa dia jadi sebenarnya, right?
No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Adakah ini dia punya
Do you
flashback?
remember Mr.
Or
Giverny?
memang afterlife
He'd
ke? I
requested
don't know.
our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver too.
Good luck,
It's good to
Fazy.
see all of you.
Thank you.
How have you
Kita akan
been?
habiskan hari ni, insyaAllah.
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even... They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor, Obina, was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required
Asal
to
dia jumpa diorang tu,
calm
ya.
someone down
Sebab dah
and get
mati
them to
dah dia
listen
agak
to
ni.
what you have to
Tak,
say.
I don't know. Aku tak rasa dia mati
That's
kot.
right. Oh, by the way, Burnett.
Dia memang
what
jatuh
was
ke
it that you
dalam
wanted to give
primordial
to Miss
sea tu.
Navia again?
But kalau
Oh,
memang jatuh
yes.
ke dalam
One moment, I have it right here.
primordial sea tu, memang terus mati ke apa? Dia memang orang akan dissolve, but
Miss Navia,
These
I
are
don't
some
know, man.
flower seeds that I prepared.
Jom kita tengok,
Please
kita tengok
take them.
apa yang
They're a
terjadi
very
sebenarnya.
good variety, and they'll become very... I don't know what we would have done without your help. So this is...
Did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Maloose, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of...
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here.
Okay, kenapa ni? Kenapa
Excuse
ni?
me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett.
Okay.
That's right. Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me.
Oh, okay.
I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure.
Aku memang perasan juga
Why
muka
are there
perempuan
so
tu.
few people around here?
We must mind the time, demoiselle. We still have...
We do?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please come to...
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the opera house?
Yes, she's right, demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get...
Oh? All right then.
Masuk multiverse mana pula kan, tak tahulah.
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness.
Genshin Impact
Everyone's
in the
finally here.
multiverse of madness.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly... Karina, Desiree,
Okay.
Joyville, Julien, Essen. And as for the judge...
Monsieur Neuvillette?
Huh?
Bukan.
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't...
All right. But are you sure you can stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but...
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea?
Enough with the whispering!
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rasula. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the...
Wait a moment.
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. We are one big family. All of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked.
Agak pelik apa yang
And
berlaku
with you
sekarang ni.
being so important, therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us.
Huh? What are you saying? Everything you have said is correct.
Yeah.
I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and...
Oh, well, if that...
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Why?
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
What happened?
What was that, Mr. Maloose? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
Kira macam nak keep dia, macam apa, nak kena fight diri dia ni ke daripada keluar daripada
I wish to
primordial sea ni.
exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's
Ke
goodness, but
macam dia
nothing
sebenarnya
of her
tengah
utterly
dalam
independent
keadaan
mind.
tengah kena main-main dengan primordial sea
She was
punya, I
born
don't know.
a free and independent spirit.
Aku
She
macam
has
faham
never
apa
been
yang
tied
berlaku,
down
cuma
by
macam susah nak
anything.
explain.
Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontainians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro. And in the end, now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to be?
Do you mean to defy our
justice? Hal ni.
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. And that is...
My head...
Adakah maybe kalau macam Navia setuju untuk stay dekat sini, memang anggap diri dia guilty, so dia memang akan start dekat primordial scene ni bila-bila, something like that or what? Itu yang macam aku fikir lah. Maybe kalau macam dia lawan, maybe dia boleh hidup balik. I don't know.
Silver, it hurts. My head... I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien,
Adakah aku punya
and Mr. Giverny and Mrs.
anggapan ni
Burnett we
salah?
met earlier. Even Malus and Silver.
But yeah.
I don't want to admit it.
Yes, semua dah mampus.
But they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation...
Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with...
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just.
Wait.
Navia
Dia dekat
belongs to
dalam
us. After all that happened,
Hydro.
she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses.
He says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an
betul lah, ni semua
independent
yang dah
individual?
dissolve dengan primordial sea tu.
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia, she...
Silence.
Neuvillette, dari mana kau datang?
That's...
Monsieur Neuvillette.
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented, the court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objection.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Adakah Neuvillette rescue
Go on
Navia?
now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place.
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that...
Our last goodbye. Yes, betul lah.
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye.
So Neuvillette to the rescue lah ni.
Demoiselle.
Farewell.
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
Tak. Aku ingat Neuvillette ada macam... Okay.
You're awake?
Ada.
Good.
Sebab, mesti Neuvillette yang selamatkan dia sebenarnya. That's why macam Neuvillette boleh masuk entah dalam mimpi apa tu, multiverse apa tu lah.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were...
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare?
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I...
Okay. Dia hampir nak kena dissolve lah. But, wonder pula. Neuvillette clutch.
What?
I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you.
Yes.
It was only for a
Malus
moment,
and Silver.
perhaps even a fraction of a second. But they gave me the chance to retrieve you.
Kira power lah Neuvillette ni, right? I mean, of course lah, dia memang power pun.
Were it not for their intervention, I would not have
Malus
been
dengan
able
Silver
to
pertahankan
rescue
Navia
you
sampai
before
ke
your
akhir
consciousness
hayat.
dissipated.
Yap, betul. Memang setuju sangat dengan statement tu.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
Dekat Oceanics, yeah.
Perhaps those two Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me.
Please come with me.
Okay, mantap Neuvillette. Mantap lah. Kalau tak, dah tak ada dah Navia ni.
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Tak jadi dia nak keluar dekat 4.3.
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Alright.
Why do you
Is
look
there
so
something
stiff all of a
important?
sudden?
Yeah.
Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing.
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say
No.
so
Ada
then?
benda lain ni, ada benda lain ni.
I suppose so. Ah, Sigewin. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the fortress of Meropide has not been too much.
No way. Don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's...
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewin would need a lot of time to
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewin made him do that.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. So, Neuvillette,
Yes,
this isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else.
The Knave. Oh ya. Neuvillette dah jumpa. Oh, dia dah pernah jumpa kot dengan The Knave.
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the Knave.
Oh, so dia bagi tahu lah yang diorang ada kat sini
She
sekarang.
informed me that she had asked you to investigate.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those officials.
Okay. Alright. First kisah sedih dah
I'm sorry to
settle.
have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now.
Itu nice lah.
Guess we should get
Itu
going
nice lah.
again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Kira apa yang aku anggap tu betul lah sebenarnya. Okay. So macam banyak juga, I mean, movie or game yang macam tu tau. Maybe dia macam dia hampir nak mati. Dan kalau dia cakap okay, dia macam terima lah dengan apa yang orang lain tu kata. Okay, dia mati, dia kena dissolve. Jadi maybe Oceanics tu juga. But no, nasib ada orang macam pertahankan dia juga. So that's why dia berjaya keluar. Berjaya tak jadi si Oceanics tu. But all thanks to Neuvillette. Patut dia Neuvillette, apa yang terjadi kat dia agaknya. Hai. Oh, okay, kena ikut yang dia dah bagi ni. Alright. Kazuha.
One with nature.
Siut tak boleh. Please sempat. Please. Nice. Disclaimer, bukan account aku, orang lain aku jumpa. Apa tu? Saya tak nampak chat. Apa yang jatuh siut? Okay.
Time to go. The wind knows me.
Keep it up. Paimon senang lah terbang. Oh, ada chest. Buka. Sebab sekarang ni aku dah ada banyak masa lah untuk target next character. 4.3 memang aku dah confirm skip. Aku rasa aku tak perlu Navia. 4.4 siapa agaknya? Aku harap Chlorine lah 4.4. Aduh. Kau last minute bangun
Settle down.
Ada super chat masuk tadi Fiq. Oh, okay, thank you. Siapa tu aku tak perasan. I'm so sorry, but thank you so much. Aku off aku punya alert tadi. Tapi masalahnya sekarang dah terstart stream. So aku tak boleh nak masukkan balik alert tu. Aku lupa nak masukkan tadi masa sebelum start stream. Sorry. I mean yang baru lah, bukan yang tadi keluar tu. Dia lain sikit. But yeah, thank you. Dah dapat Furina ke? Yes, dah dapat dah. Awal-awal tadi dah dapat. PT berapa tadi Aku dapat 80. Kira kena hit PT jugalah. And apa-apa tadi aku menang 50-50. Itu je yang aku nak. Menang 50-50.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Oh serius lah, aku tengok macam besar sebenarnya. Wait, what?
Stone.
Is that Furina? Ya, itu Furina, 100%.
Here is an offering.
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty.
The surrounding walls also show signs
Yep.
of death.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see.
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose.
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this.
Jangan tu
What?
Celestia? I don't think so.
Lady Furina in the
Ya, ini
third image?
Furina.
Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
So ini yang terjadi dekat dia punya character teaser tu, right? Yes. Benda tu balik kait dengan dia punya character teaser. Okay, Neuvillette guna kau punya power.
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Paimon's getting the chills just
Itu
looking
lukisan
at these slates.
ramalan.
This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
Lukisan ramalan,
I really hope it...
Still, Paimon...
Fikir. I get what you mean, Paimon.
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third? Where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
If we go by timing, Lady Furina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents...
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Furina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing...
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Who create these slates doesn't matter now. The real question is whether things will truly play out as the prophecy foretells or not. Okay. Dapat Primos. Cerita dia makin menarik. So sekarang ni aku rasa kita akan dapat tahulah
I'm
memang
going to check on what's happening with the Spina.
Furina
Know how it
punya
There's
karakter
some
apa
things you
semua
just
tu.
need to be there for yourself.
You still have energy for...
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest then.
Felusandre.
Thanks for...
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest, traveler. I will go talk to Furina tomorrow morning to ask about the story. I'm
Okay,
sure that you're
nice.
concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my...
Alright, see ya, Neuvillette.
about this directly.
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily.
All right, we'll leave it in your hands then.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always... All right.
Nak kena terus balik ke super chat tadi sebab saya yang kasih. Oh, serius lah. Thank you, Relganti, for the super chat. Tabik spring kepada anda lah, kepada anda.
We've got a special menu
Thank you,
prepared
thank
for you
you.
two tonight.
Oh, thank you. Oh, sedap siut.
Nice. These are. Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
Sekejap, ni siapa? Mona? Mona kan?
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think it is?
Yes, it's me.
It's you two.
Yeah.
What are you doing in Fontaine?
And buat apa Mona? Apa Mona buat dekat Fontaine ni pula? Lama dah tak nampak dia shoot. Okay, ni aku suka. I mean karakter Mondstadt masuk ke Fontaine. Why tak Jean? Come on lah. Bagilah Jean.
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not.
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadter surname?
Yeah.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her there was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes.
Magistus.
To my surprise. Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it
Adakah Mona ni datang sebagai cameo sekejap je ataupun dia memang ada role penting juga dalam Archon Quest kali ni? What happened? Alright,
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a long one.
It's a long name right there.
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is in...
Thrice as great?
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus.
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname.
Triple
It's
epithet
all right.
Paimon.
Terrible. But anyway, you're not Fontainian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dorman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in...
That's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
Did you come to Fontaine because of the prophecy?
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited
Yang
me to
ada
take part in a
World
panel
Quest
and
Steambird ni
speak
aku tak
about
buat
the
lagi sampai
circulation of
sekarang.
the prophecy
Sebab macam
as an
ada
astrologist.
commission kita kena main Steambird ni dulu tau.
The invitation
Aku
was
tak
sent
buat lagi.
quite early on. I don't...
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but
Mona the
does
real
such a
Hydro
person
Archon.
really exist?
Tiba-tiba deh. Plot twist habis.
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst
Vision dah
those
sama.
Hex and
Hydro.
Zero colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
By the way tu Fik
are
lama
you sure?
kena tengok Goblet Raiden tu. Goblet Raiden? Apa maksudnya tu?
All right, I'll help you.
Benda
It
baru
isn't
ke?
often that I see you with such a serious look on your face.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as always.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you. Of all the people we know, you know this.
Indeed, indeed. That's the spirit.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need...
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own
Alright,
business
bye-bye
now.
Mona. Okay lah, just cameo je lah sekejap
And there
ni.
she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious look. If Paimon hadn't spoken for you, it'd be you getting all the weird looks. That's more like it.
Get a good night's sleep. Sebelum masalah besarnya berlaku hari ni agaknya.
Time to get up, traveler. We agreed to go see Neuvillette, so let's...
Mari kita tengok apa yang Furina cakap dekat Neuvillette. Apa yang dia dah explain dekat Neuvillette tu. Artifact Raiden bahagian goblet. Oh, okay, faham. Sorry. Artifact Raiden goblet ni. Aku guna apa dekat dia? Aku tak ingat. Goblet. Attack percent. Tapi aku tak sure. Dia sebenarnya patut attack percent ataupun... Apa nama dia tu? Electro damage bonus Aku rasa sebab aku tak guna electro damage bonus. Sebab macam aku tak ada artifact yang nice. Tapi sepatutnya aku rasa memang patut guna electro damage bonus lah kot. Look, memang tak ada langsung pun. Satu pun tak ada untuk emblem ni. Nak guna lain sebab aku dah ada. Ini aku pakai lain kan? Ya, aku pakai lava walker kat sini. Tapi aku punya Raiden ni macam dah lama jugalah aku tak guna dia. And kadang-kadang macam banyak artifacts aku dah tukar-tukar, pinjam-pinjam. Weapon. Okay, weapon sama dia catch. But untuk artifacts ni aku rasa still the same ke? Yeah, still the same. Not bad. ER 249 tinggi jugalah sebab kadang aku tengok ada orang sampai 300 lebih weh dia punya energy recharge dekat Raiden ni. Tapi kalau sesiapa yang tak ada Raiden tu, pada aku untuk full Raiden memang berbaloi lah. 100% berbaloi. Meldozin.
You're here, finally.
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Furina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute.
Okay, jom. Kita tengok. Apa hal yang berlaku kat dalam ni?
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
Okay, diorang bergaduh berdua.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
Oh. So dia dah tahu siapa yang maybe akan mati?
You mean they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster. And I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you...
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that, but you found them in some...
That's correct.
Yep.
Which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was...
Yep.
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky,
nama dia.
as if confessing something.
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Furina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egypt. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eunuchs, but you're still my subordinate. You just trust in me, your Archon, and do as I say. Never mind, that's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Tak boleh juga nak dapat apa-apa from Furina ni.
Did Furina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was
seems,
smart.
hiding something. 100%.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh,
Dah dapat Furina ke? Yes, dah dapat dah. Awal-awal tadi start stream dah dapat dah.
She was in a great panic.
Amir Ashraf.
I cannot discern the reason.
Kenapa tu?
Our discussion reached impasses time and again. A state of affairs that we cannot allow. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding.
We need to make her understand how dire the situation actually
Everyone
is.
in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret.
Yep.
We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice
But to speak. Oh, faham. So, adakah diorang akan tahan Furina tu dalam
Normally,
court?
people will only reveal the truth when standing trial.
Ya, dalam trial
Perhaps
tu.
we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
But Furina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions.
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties. If at all
Alright,
possible,
this
I would
is
prefer to
interesting.
recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious. But who will lend us their
I
aid
think
to
I
do
know
such a
who to
thing?
call. Navia ke? Ataupun the knave? On a boat somewhere in quiet Poisson. Hai semua, hai Muhammad Nasiruddin Mak Zain. Welcome. Abang Wish Furina dekat mana tadi? Wish dekat, aku tak tahu. Random, just a random place je. Sebab aku kalau pull aku memang tak ada pergi ke certain tempat. I mean kalau aku berada di mana-mana tu, aku terus pull je. So yeah.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes
Lynette,
it...
okay.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me?
Feminine nah, tak boleh. Dia introvert. Come on.
Then, how about you, good sir?
Tapi dia punya karakter memang nampak baik sangat lah.
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in
Neuvillette pun
court.
ada.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful,
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Clarence, ay.
You might be right.
My future waifu pun ada di
cut to the
sini.
chase, our friend
Ramai pula
here,
aku
the
punya
traveler, has
apa?
brought us together to discuss
Future
something.
waifu ni. Alakino, Clarence, aduh.
As for what that is,
Jealous
well,
Jin.
Let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Yes.
How intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice.
Ni pun introvert juga ke ni? Malu.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
Okay.
In that case,
In that case,
do any of you
banyak
have
ayat dia guna
experience
macam ni.
Hunting. Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger.
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters.
Oh, itu nama
Though
artifacts.
that was their
Marechaussee
name,
Hunters.
they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind. But today,
Okay.
Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly. So the hunters have
Okay.
fled. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and so, if we were to build a trap together, right now,
What would you choose to build it
For
with?
me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait, and our line of work
Okay.
requires a deft hand, and we're...
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinate.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and...
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork
Alright.
squirrel. I remember that
So
you
dorang
liked
ni
those too,
sekarang
didn't you?
nak work together lah untuk macam trap
I
si
did. And that would be a good way to go
Furina
about it.
untuk bawa dia ke dalam
If they're
trial.
realistic enough, animals of the
Nice.
same kind will follow them all.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, but I do have one more question for you, Monsieur.
Apa tu?
If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A
more
more
gentle
gentle
trap.
trap would be a...
Kind as always.
Yep.
However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured.
Wait, why is that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it.
So, are we going hunting
Yep.
together?
Rasanya begitulah.
Of seeing ourselves as hunters.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god.
Yeah.
Being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Oh, so that's what's going on.
Chlorine hunting metaphor was just that, a metaphor, you know. Because that's not what you should do at the present. Okay, what you need is simply the secrets she is keeping, but must be done to prevent Fontaine from sinking into the waters as foretold in the prophecy. There is neither hunter nor prey, but there must be a trap. Okay. Interesting. Tak sabar nak tengok Furina kena tangkap masuk trial. Tapi kesian juga dia menangis tu pahal kan. Mesti macam kena paksa gila-gila tau. So, aku rasa kadang sebab tu je kot. Maybe lah. Sampai dia menangis ke kan. I don't know. Jumpa Mona lagi ke? Perlukan bantuan Mona?
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but then Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked...
More confident, yes.
It's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all. Then what's that?
Mona.
Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Or the knave.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I mean...
Who's that voice?
Aw, have you forgotten me already?
Siapa siul?
You are familiar. You're the voice we heard
From the sky in Sumeru? Tak ingat.
The voice from the sky, I fear that you're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously.
Asal macam banyak sangat benda berlaku lah kali ni,
That
serius.
confusion and thus came to you.
Okay, siapa kau?
Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's
Allow me to
disciple.
ask you.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled.
The history of
You
the
may view
future.
such things as the...
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything into that?
Mage
So you've caught
and-
on.
Siapa?
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the god...
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important.
Ya,
and
betul Paimon, aku setuju. Oh, okay, dia
I
dah nak
believe
habis
that
minum.
you understand, right? Some things are
Insignificant,
insignificant,
but others you must reach
but
out to
others you must
change.
ultimately
fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in
All you need to
Tevat's
do is to
future.
play your part.
This was good tea, by the way.
Itu
Thank
macam
you
masuk
for
akal
your
jugalah.
hospitality. The voice.
Mage N. So tu saja clue yang kita tahu buat masa ni. Tu Mona punya master, geng-geng Alice. Oh serius lah. Sebab ya Alice pun dia just suara je, right? So ni macam okay. So Alice Mak Klee, Mage N. Ini macam bukan Mak Mona tapi master dia lah.
Some lively banter. Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make...
Mage N.
Pink hair by any chance?
Pink hair siapa je sekarang yang kita ada? Oh, Charlotte.
Why yes, it was Charlotte.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
remember
lupa
her,
dengan lagi
right?
seorang. Yemiko.
Daredevil journalist. I'm in full support
So
of her
Charlotte
view.
dengan Yemiko lah sekarang ni,
Prophecies are
pink hair.
very important.
Lepas ni Sakura.
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but... Huh?
Oh, so tu yang
Goodness
Mona
gracious. Are you
bagi
serious?
tahu dia punya
She said that
all
even the
apa tadi tu.
gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask.
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, but I've never met her. And if she were still alive, she'd be...
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see
Then the
you
problem you are facing
personally,
must
then
really
the
be
problem you're
of great
facing must truly
importance.
be...
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
True, her words were meant as a helpful hint. Betul? Setuju?
Traveler, Paimon?
Oh,
Dia macam bagi hint sedikit-sikit je lah.
right now.
And then selebihnya
Feels like the end
dia
is
macam dia cakap lah,
coming,
just
you know?
play your part.
I see. I feel that same... I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed... But even so, I still hope for. And perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing... I did
Okay.
originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile.
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. So it was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Maybe. Okay, bye-bye Mona. Good night.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said.
Siapa Kak N tu?
But also kind of sad
Tu
too.
Mage Nicole. Oh, Nicole nama dia. Okay, aku tak pernah dengar pun.
Hey, Traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Go to the newsstand, alright. Kita jalan-jalan san ya. Okay, so memang kena panjat je ke apa ni? Dari Hexen Circle. Tempat yang Mona bagi tahu tu lah, right? Baik juga karakter misteri sekarang yang kita ada. Apa yang aku kena buat ni sebenarnya? Ada teleport tak? Okay, ada. So kena keluar dari tempat ni je lah sebenarnya. Newsstand tu aku macam perasan ya memang kat luar ni, right? Yep. Nicole, codename and one of the mage has Hexen Circle, Alice, Mak Klee, Mona punya master. Codename A. Kalau ingat ada satu quest Windbloom Festival, quest ada quest kena terbang ke Floating Island kat Mondo tu. Itu dah lama punya quest.
The
Tapi aku
underwater
ingat
stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its
ada at
noble
least cerita pasal
autonomy.
semua mage
But
dalam
that
grup
does
dia
not
tu.
mean that
Okay, tak
others
ingat
cannot
sih.
interact
Serius
with
tak
it.
ingat. Yang aku ingat hanya Alice saja. So kira memang betul lah. Geng-geng Alice lah tu semua.
My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit.
Bila agaknya diorang akan munculkan diri dia?
Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up
lama
on
lagi
that.
kot.
Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed, journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the trap. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even... She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's... seriously? Well, fine.
Okay,
Those headlines...
Charlotte, dia ada headline yang mantap di situ. Continue moving forward. Berapa dah? Pukul 10 sudah. Wow. So berapa lama lagi agaknya? 2 jam lagi? 3 jam lagi? Aku rasa maybe lagi 3 jam lebih kurang.
Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat?
Dia ni asyik lapar je kan, 24 jam of course. Jumpa siapa pula agaknya kat sini? The Knave? Come on. I need more Alakino punya screen time.
Hey, quick. Look. That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake.
Limited edition 16 slices a day. Wow, memang betul-betul
So delicious the last time we tried it, despite the tense situation we were in.
limited way.
1 slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all.
Melusine.
Wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Neuvillette was right.
Wait, did he really say something like...
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work.
Walaupun
I
16 a
shall have
day
my cake
still
and
tak laku juga Mahal agaknya.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe...
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake,
Betul.
it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on.
Betul. Bagus ayat-ayat dia tu. Aku setuju juga kadang.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go?
Oh, Sini nak belanja?
These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh,
you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born
So,
before
dia
me, and
Melusine
she
yang pertama ke
sometimes
kira
comes to the
Sijuin tu?
surface to teach us things about humans. She said
Aku rasa
that
lah.
humans are
Sebab dia
creatures
pun
that are
yang macam
saddened
human form
easily.
tau.
Yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right?
Cute doh diorang ni. Melusine ni. Cute, baik.
There she goes. All right, let's dig
I mean
in.
masa dalam story quest Neuvillette pasal Melusine tu pun sedih. Serius sedih. Sia-sia je pull Furina. Why sia-sia bro? Jangan begitu. Patch 4.3 Banner Raiden, aku tak sure, tak tahu lagi. But kalau ikut leaks, kemungkinan besar dia akan datang dekat 4.3. Kalau yang dah confirm memang Navia seorang je lah, right? But rerun character, tak tahu lagi. Cuma aku rasa kadang-kadang leak sekarang ni memang boleh ni lah, boleh dipercayai lah. Most of the time semua memang aku nampak macam apa yang leaks diorang keluarkan tu memang terjadi. Memang real punya. Okay, apa yang aku kena buat sekarang ni sebenarnya tak perasan. Commission? No, aku tak nak commission. Oh no, Steambird. Aku memang kena buat Steambird ni Okay, fine. Harap tak lama lah. Ini quest yang aku cakap awal-awal tadi tau, Steambird. Aku tak buat lagi sampai sekarang, so ya. Kita skip. Speedrun. Oh, so ini macam reputation level untuk dekat ni je, untuk Fontaine. Oh, Okay, ingat macam ada benda special sangat. Okay, nasib-nasib tu je. Akhirnya aku buat juga Steambird. Kalau aku tak buat, I mean, memang sampai bila-bila lah aku tak dapat reputation untuk ni, Fontaine. Aku pun dah lupa pasal reputation tu sebab memang aku jarang buat. Dapat Furina tadi, yap, dah dapat dah. Sudah dapat. PT80 menang 50-50.
It appears you didn't receive. It's all right though. I've set aside the amount intended for you.
Really?
You're the best.
You're almost.
Oh, Paimon knows you.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine.
Yeah.
So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a...
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil...
Huh? So your article in the paper today?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it.
Oh, in that case, we'll
In
just
that case,
chat when you
in
have
that
time then?
case.
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid. I'll tell the editor. So much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Sekarang tak ada masa, tengah sibuk fikir pasal Furina.
And what's
Okay,
that?
apa tu?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be
Dia nak tahu jawapan
flooded
semua orang
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't
Yeah.
it? I mean, I do hear about it. If you're seriously asking, then I might try
To
and think
leave
of a way to leave
Fontaine.
Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a jerk. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they do should the worst come to pass. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you
enjoy.
If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed
sangat
tomorrow,
setuju.
but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique... And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as... I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon... Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Baik lah, pada aku baik lah sebenarnya dia punya dialog untuk setiap karakter bagi ni. Nice lah. I mean, sesiapa idea yang script writing dialog ni memang baik, memang terbaik.
Combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking.
Yes.
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow.
Kita pergi Celestia.
Go and what? No.
Kita akan gerak Celestia ke atas tu.
If you could choose, what would you like to do?
If I could choose, gerak Celestia.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things.
Maybe kat situ je yang safe
Still
agaknya.
traveling? Huh.
The banter goes back and forth. Charlotte comes to find you and blah blah blah. Okay. Alright, all goes well. Nice. Macam mana Archon terusnya keluar sebelum Natlan? Apa tu maksudnya?
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of Meripede, that's for sure.
Ah, so the two of you are still here.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Neuvillette sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you... Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Yes,
Okay.
inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale...
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally... Lady Furina was watching a performance at the Opera
Okay.
House. And while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis.
Oh, so diorang dah ni ke? Dah start buat untuk trap
And
si
before she
Furina
could
ni?
respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to...
Okay.
So people have started to put the blame on Furina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under.
I agree.
People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But
so what happened after that? Is Furina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless,
Tired of
she
this
claimed that
and left
she'd
in a
gotten
hurry.
The Marechaussee Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Furina had gone.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Marechaussee has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of Riot Good. Monsieur Neuvillette sent me to tell
Okay.
you. Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on.
Is that so?
So Furina bersembunyi ya sekarang.
Then, in that case,
Mission accomplished.
Sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know Furina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look
Yeah.
and as we also know, she may be... When Neuvillette was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore. Paimon thinks Furina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon...
I see becoming a detective. Oh no.
In that case, there's not
Jangan cakap kita akan ada kena nak jadi detektif lagi lah. Hoi. Okay. So kalau betul, maybe kena readykan brain dulu. Get ready brain. Bayang nak fikir je lagi. Apocalypse. Here we go.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated.
By the way, semua pada grab popcorn ya. Kita lama lagi ni. Maybe sampai 12 lebih, aku rasa. Oh, yep, that's Furina. Yeah. Kalau dah ada popcorn, cun.
That's Furina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Stay quiet for now. Okay.
Should I just give up?
No, Furina, no,
This
Furina.
is all. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Give up, Furina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry, but what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over? Who's that?
Kantoy.
Don't worry, Furina. It's just us.
So it is
So,
you,
aku rasa memang betul lah. Dia sebenarnya
traveler from
just
another
macam...
land. Why, I almost thought
Okay,
you
dia
were
sebenarnya
someone
diri
from
dia
that
memang
mob
sedih
of
lah.
my ignorant subjects.
But kalau dapat orang lain, dia tak tunjuk dia punya sedih tu. Agak kesian lah pada aku.
Furina,
Aku rasa tu
you
agak
were
kesian.
crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
Yep.
What do you mean, tear stains? Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were? Disturbing my enjoyment of the arts. They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach
Dia macam
them
tak
a
nak tunjuk kat
lesson.
orang lah sebenarnya apa yang dia tengah
I can just imagine
mengalami
their
kot
twisted and frustrated
sekarang ni.
faces once they realize
Kesedihan
that
dia
I'm
apa
nowhere to
semua.
be found. Oh, and I'm sure Neuvillette and those people from the Marechaussee Phantom are freaking out right next to them too.
Stop trying to act tough. Yeah.
Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Dah pull Furina ke belum ni? Dah. Awal-awal tadi dah pull dah. Dah settle dapat Furina, baru teruskan ke Archon Quest ni.
Who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they? That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Furina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her.
Furina. Aku memang nak tahu apa sebenarnya dia ni. Dia dapat Furina di PTAT win. Yes, betul. Dah dapat dah Furina. Tapi tak update lagi lah, memang completely level 1 apa semua.
Should be the place, right?
Nanti baru aku build.
Furina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
Menarik. I like it. Oi, ada ikan. Bolehlah makan mentah-mentah.
No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
You might want to lower your voice.
Yep, that's a good girl.
Alamak.
What's happening? The ground's shaking.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, did it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Neuvillette's made some emergency...
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson...
Ya, betul. Like, dah tak ada happy-happy dia tu semua.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years.
Okay.
I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways too to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the... But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way. Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and no... But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf... As long as the final moment hasn't come. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now.
Oi.
I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden.
Senang dia
But
terus
honestly,
berubah
considering
karakter.
my rank and station, that wasn't a
Dah
good
macam
pick
orang
at
yang
all.
ada... Dia ada nama penyakit ni tau. Macam kononnya dia ada 2 karakter lah. Aku tak ingat apa nama dia.
Any of what I just said
Tapi memang
seriously.
wujud Apa nama dia aku tak ingat.
Possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy.
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
We are running out of time because of this. Furina, you might not have to shoulder this burden alone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share, that's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
I'm what you call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes?
Yes.
In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator. If that's the case...
Dia cerita semua ke? Come on, speed it up. Alright, it's happening again. Tak sempat nak bagi tahu semua. Ataupun ni trap. Yes, ya aku dah agak dah. Dah sampai.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance.
Sheesh,
Now, without
lady.
further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So, this is what it is. Yes, You deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor, the god of justice.
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
Oh, hey, come on.
You would draw your blade against
Oh yeah, okay, ini nice, ini menarik.
I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Ya. Takkan Furina nak fight? And no way, aku tak rasa. Yep.
Paimon can't believe it. She just...
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Furina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Furina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice.
Bye, that's my girl
This
right there.
time, I will protect you.
Cakap dalam hati, cakap.
Applaud and
Ramai-ramai lah.
rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage.
The trial of the Hydro Archon. Fazynerss.
Now we're making.
Why does it feel like Furina just took over the whole thing? Like, also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this
Yes,
time,
memang
right?
serious. Memang
Alright
serious.
then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
Yup. Betul juga tau. Tadi aku rasa macam memang dia hampir nak bagi tahu lah, aku rasa lah. Let's go, Traveler. Dan Fazy tak nampak message tu. Apa tu?
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial
Ada orang donate ke? Udins donate? Oh my god, thank you. Kalau sebab ya memang aku tak perasan pun. Sorry. And macam tak ada alert apa-apa pun. So ya, aku terlupa nak on tadi sebelum start stream.
Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the
Alright,
meeting
popcorn. Time ni pun kena makan popcorn. Ini shock ni, berita-berita tergempar akan keluar semua agaknya.
Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates.
Yes.
They changed into plain clothes and came to the opera house as regular audience members. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean the ones who...
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic...
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Araneas. Its cargo was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Furina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome.
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
Tapi memang tak ada rasa macam apa-apa dalam tu.
The earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the
Tu
whole
jelas
house?
sekali agaknya.
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster.
Then, I can guess Neuvillette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to you make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
You guessed wrong.
Oh?
We hope that you share your secret with her before the magic ball arrive onto the stage. Yeah.
Is that... It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience.
Let's go.
See this trial through to the very end.
The only thing we can do now is to judge the Hydro Archon. Judge Archon weh. Esok live lagi tak? Tidak. Sebab esok aku pun tak ada. Aku pergi KL. Kalau tak, selalunya aku memang live hari Jumaat. So that's why hari ni aku buat awal hari Khamis.
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial.
Huh?
Charlotte?
Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too. Oh, let Paiman see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that Wait, then that means this document is a so in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument.
Jap. Okay, kalau betul kita ada nak kena jadi detektif apa semua tu, macam tak ada hint apa semua.
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duel.
Okay, ni lah dia. Baru aku cakap.
That's one for the
Panjang
history books,
umurnya.
all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case.
Childish
This is
conviction,
the
the
first
truth
time
behind the
Monsieur
serial,
Neuvillette had a
the meeting with the knave.
She's the fortress. According to Monsieur, I nearly lost the words of someone as extraordinary as a
Okay,
witch.
so ini
Could probably only be
cluenya semua lah. Alright. Okay. Sekejap lagi maybe kita kena guna semua tu. Semua tu memang berguna.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Here we go. Let's begin our trial.
Come on, Neuvillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However,
that's true. But my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that?
Lady Furina's
a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but...
Charge accepted. Lady Furina, do you plead guilty to the charge?
Okay, Furina,
Lady
apa yang dia nak
Furina.
jawab? Okay, come
I
on.
plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Faucillor, otherwise known as Furina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your
Yeah,
even though Lady Furina can be rather eccentric.
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either.
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in
They
this
have
case.
known me as the Hydro
Many
Archon
of
ever
the
since
members
they
of the
were
audience have
born.
known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a
What do you
false
say to
accusation.
that?
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Furina's claims, but
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to
To
live for over
500
500 years?
years? Kalau dia human biasa, tak boleh lah. So, alah, okay, dah start kena. Macam mana siap? Sekejap. Okay. So aku ingat macam ada yang irrelevant, ada yang kita boleh select saja. Okay, nice. Itu macam pemudahkan kerja kita jugalah sebenarnya. Kalau macam semua boleh pilih, banyak salah agaknya nanti. So ada 3 tea time, meeting dengan knave or childless. So, the Neuvillette believed Charlie to be innocent. The Oratrice judged him as guilty in the end. And even Furina didn't know why. Macam tak ada kaitan. During the diplomatic meeting with the knave, she revealed that she had already probed Furina on her own and believed it is possible that not only is Furina not really the Archon, but that she is actually afflicted with some sort of curse. Okay, ni macam ada kena-mengena. And communicated with you by connecting your consciousness. She believes the prophecy will certainly happen, but then okay, no, aku rasa ni. Sebab tu memang paling ada kaitan lah.
First of all, you may
Baru
be
cakap
a
dah
member
muncul,
of
yep,
another
right.
long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the
Such
case,
as a curse.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave?
Yup.
You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Neuvillette?
A cursed human.
Lady Furina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking
Yep.
at them.
Uh-oh.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse. Besides, everyone knows that the main
God is the
difference
possession
between
of
a human and a
authority.
god is the possession of authority. God, for centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house. Oh,
Alright. That one trial proved the opposite. Furina actually has no control over the Oratrice. Okay. The truth behind the serial disappearance ni macam tak ada kena-mengena. Over the year, Vashar kidnapped and dissolved many young girls for his experiment, blah blah blah. Macam tak kena-mengena. Childer. Ini macam tak kena-mengena sebab Oratrice judged him as guilty in the end, and even Furina didn't know why. Okay, tu macam ada kena-mengena. Ini pun, ni tak ada. Childless. Is it worth pull for Furina? Still tak sure lagi sebab aku baru dapat dia. Tapi walaupun maybe gameplay dia agak lame, still aku memang nak pull dia juga. Sebab she's an Archon. Tapi nanti kalau aku dah start build dia and dah try sendiri, aku akan buat video lah pasal tu. Like, berbaloi ke untuk pull Furina ni? Ha, lebih kurang gitulah. So, blah blah blah. Okay.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is...
Lady Furina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come
While you
before
are an
all else.
Archon, you are also
While
first
you
and foremost
are
the
an
defendant in
Archon,
this
you will
trial.
prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue
It's
to
the
withhold
rules of
vital
the
information against the rules.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Furina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So,
Ayo, Furina.
why child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice.
Yep.
Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon.
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice, but the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally. And it has been operating independently ever. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses.
Okay, cara lain, cara lain.
Confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience.
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Dia pun macam tak pernah keluarkan dia punya power lagi, right?
Aren't you the Hydro
Hey
Archon?
Nikki, welcome to Fazynerss Club. Alright, itu aku perasan sebab aku terpandang. So yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Jom-jom kita layan Archon Quest dahulu.
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice. Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called?
It seems like nobody's buying Furina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Furina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me, please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all of our ancestors?
Enough. That's enough.
Right.
Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon,
Then who
then
is?
if you have no evidence
So,
of another Hydro
yang
Archon's
siapa nama tadi?
existence,
Start from
nor
E.
can you find
Yang dekat
anyone who can back
Stone
up their
Slates tu,
claim
right?
to be
Apa nama dia? Aku tak ingat.
then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument.
If we can prove that she isn't the Archon, we can try to prove that she is just a human. If she's only human... Alamak, mana? Navia falling into seawater while exploring running Poisson ni macam ngam. Alright. The entrance to the primary sea is sealed beneath the forbidden zone. The primary sea Neuvillette power. Mana yang jap macam Navia ni. Case Navia tu macam ada relate. Oh, okay, bukan. Alright, sorry. Aku rasa ni kot. Oh, sama ada ni ataupun ni. I think. Okay, bukan. Ni kot. Bukan juga. Okay, betul. Azuria. Nama dia tadi. Ya. Okay.
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human,
then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the...
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last
Rules
time that I'll speak out of
tetap
turn.
kena ada, ya.
Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago.
Thank you. Yes.
Including those of some... So, Miss Furina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. But, if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson.
If Lady Furina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontainian like all the rest of us.
Okay, go Furina, go Furina. Aku pun nak tengok ni. Come on. Archon, right?
Lady Furina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings...
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word.
Yeah.
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Furina, you may...
Bom dia masukkan. Yep.
Hey!
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really?
Miss Siegewin, if you're present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Alright, Siegewin.
Siegewin? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds.
Oh, diorang semua memang dah prepare lah. Alright, okay.
That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewin.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Furina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that
she's a human.
She was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial...
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Furina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved! Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Furina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Furina could have...
I can't believe...
Betul juga.
Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now? Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
Lama ni. I mean, Furina memang takkan... Alamak Furina, alamak Furina. Jangan nangis Furina.
I really am your Archon.
Masing-masing tengah fikir agaknya. Okay, apa lagi?
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Furina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
Okay, Furina, what happened?
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's too stacked against her now.
So ini macam inside diri dia sebenarnya, dia macam dengar banyak-banyak macam ni semualah. Sebab luaran dia masih boleh tunjuk.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Furina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Furina is guilty.
Oh, shh. Terduduk dia. Kesian Furina. Apa sebenarnya? Why dia macam tak nak bagi tahu je terus terang
We shall
kan?
now turn to the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale to render the final verdict on the
Tak
charges.
apa, nanti kita akan tahu. Sebab aku memang tak tahu. Aku memang nak tahu sangat. Oh, tengok tak ni, tak guilty. Aku rasa. Good.
According to the judgment of the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale, Furina is
not guilty.
Well, what's wrong? What's the oratrice's verdict?
No. The oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus: the Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
What?
That's actually one of the available sentences?
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court.
Furina's been sentenced to death by the oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth.
Sekali sebenarnya ada someone yang control oratrice ni.
This outcome is indeed
Nata
quite
looking on.
strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah, even Fache wasn't sentenced to death by the oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind
Instead of
behind
Furina, the oratrice rendered judgment on the Hydro Archon.
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Furina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place.
Now,
the oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Alright.
Excuse me.
Wait for a minute.
If I may interrupt.
Okay.
Is the trial still going?
Fremine! Oh, you finally made it. I assume this
mission apa
means
pula
you
yang
completed your mission?
ada untuk Fremine ni?
Any mission Father assigns to me will
Oh,
always be
okay.
top priority.
Stone Slate. I see.
That the first prophecy slate?
Oh, tu yang tadi hilang tu.
So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late?
The mystery hasn't been resolved yet.
no.
Yep.
Father.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates.
Yes.
I'd like you to come here.
Okay, mari.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
The previous Hydro Archon releasing her divine power, turning the Oceanics into human beings.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Furina, and we've already proven that she's not. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kind of talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other
So
three
adakah
stone
semua yang
slates.
dah
Paimon will do her best to
dissolve
help
dengan
you
primordial
remember.
water tu, the real Hydro Archon boleh ubah diorang balik jadi manusia ke apa? Kalau ikut kata traveler dekat stone slate tu tadi. You can find scenarios related to the stone slates contained in the... Alright. So another detective time. Okay, here we go.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids. Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that.
Reverse.
The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky.
Okay, betul lah
and the
Celestia,
Hydro
okay.
Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded
Original
with their original
scene.
sin. The third slate shows the Hydro Archon seeking into the sea, surrounded by.
Okay.
That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolving. We
Yep.
didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we?
So apa yang aku perlu buat ni sebenarnya? Verify truth. Oh. It turns out that Fontainians can be dissolved by water from the primordial sea. Sekejap. It seems to show the former Hydro Archon using divine power to turn Oceanids into people. Judge him as a... I don't think so. The entrance to the primordial sea is sealed beneath the forbidden zone in the fortress of Mengepull. Was only temporarily pushed back by Neuvillette's power. Okay. Aku rasa macam Navia dengan dia ni macam kena. Ini kot. Okay, so kalau bukan ni aku rasa ni. Yep,
We
I
know
knew it.
from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontainians can be, and the first stone slate tells us that
The Hydro
long
Archon is a
ago,
power to turn Oceanids into
this
human.
might be the reason that Fontainians can dissolve.
Oh, okay. It shows Celestia floating in the sky. The Hydro Archon and people but it. Okay, judge him as guilty. Consciousness. Sekejap, yang ni. It shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea, surrounded by many people. Oh, okay, ni Navia, Yep.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, the stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro
Sama yang
Archon in
macam
the
apa
sea.
Navia kena lah tadi kan?
Could that be alluding to the same
Yep. How about this? It shows a scene that is basically identical to that described in the prophecy. Fontaines will eventually be dissolved into the sea. Okay. No. Aku rasa okay, bukan. Apa yang macam kena The entrance to the Furina ke? Sekejap. Ni ke? Okay, bukan juga. So yeah, Neuvillette.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society. The fortress of Mengepull was nearly flooded with primordials if we hadn't dealt with it in time.
Alright. So last, each has a in the sky, but the heavens blah blah blah. Aku rasa ni kot. Bukan. Ni kot. Okay, bukan. Ni dia.
Perhaps what is about to take place, the true sin of the Hydro Archon that Neuvillette mentioned.
Okay, settle.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the sea.
Yeah.
The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present.
Fontaine's original scene.
Navia fell into the water inside those ruins.
Yep.
And she nearly dissolved.
Yep.
The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Mengepull was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to... The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events.
Okay, nice Paimon. Detective Paimon. Boleh dah Fazy try apply jadi detektif. Tadi tu macam okay awal-awal, tapi sekarang last-last tu aduh, macam tak boleh apply. Kalau part ni aku tekan-tekan je semua. Ya, dia memang kalau tekan-tekan semua memang boleh settle lah. Cuma kadang macam nak fikir. Nak jadi detektif lah, right?
So that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelation.
Let's hear them.
Mari. The first slate reveals
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontainians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were all...
Yep.
And according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around...
Yep.
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty.
The Hydro Archon's true sin
Was creating
was creating us.
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese.
Okay.
Isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled? And in the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you... However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using it. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well...
Okay. Neuvillette, come on. Use your power. And then apa yang kau dapat?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority, not one to give in. She eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race.
Neuvillette.
And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So you...
Okay, so orang Fontaine ni semua naik ocean ni.
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never
Saya
heard a
faham bro,
single
saya
thing.
faham, jangan risau.
But if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian.
Yep.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate.
Oh.
The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
Alright.
A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans. Rather, they have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the sea. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
The people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice?
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
Alright.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold.
Oh.
So now
Ya
it
betul,
seems...
betul apa kata Navia ni?
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled.
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions about the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the... However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small
far
warning
worse
of
to
something
come.
far worse.
Wow.
As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
Dia pernah encounter the ultimate proof.
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
We likely spread from here. Communicate with you by connecting your consciousness. You saw a child falling in the sea in a dream. Oh, inilah.
It was both dream and reality.
Massive whale.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Okay. Alright. Oh, wait, adakah dia terus berlaku ni? Alright. Here you go, whale. Okay, Neuvillette come. Oh shit. Sini ni memang cool. Oh, Neuvillette ada shield. Okay. Oh no. Oh, Childs yang fight dengan dia. Akhir macam Okay, so nanti yang kita masuk ke dalam tu.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait,
Okay,
was that the
memang
huge whale
cool.
you saw in your dream?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Teyvat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars,
I
weeping all the
see.
while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea,
Its
its
next step will be hancurkan Fontaine.
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontainians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels.
Yeah.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontainians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontainians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it...
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy,
Would we find a way to beat it up?
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. Even if the entirety of Teyvat were to be destroyed,
It could still
still
survive.
survive.
But apa yang terjadi dengan
Swim off
Furina
towards
sekarang ni?
some
Dia
other
memang duduk
world.
seorang ke atas tu ke apa?
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe.
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end. No matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
Yep. Just play your part. Just play your part.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such
Yes. Betul kata-kata Nicole lah nama dia tu.
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods.
Oh.
Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide.
Play your part, yes. Did I miss something? Yes. Ini pun aku nak tahu juga sebenarnya. Okay. Oh, wait, ni apa yang terjadi pula ni?
What's happening with the oratories?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Furina? Furina masih... Alah, kesian siap Furina.
No, I still need answers.
Go, Traveler. Oh, itu ke Skirk? Bang bila nak pull Furina dah pull, dah dapat dia dah. Child dia dah macam Power Ranger. Adalah sikit-sikit. Sekejap, ini macam bukan Skirk. Okay, ni dia. Okay, ni dia. Oh, okay. Waifu. Okay, Neuvillette kenal. Furina. Alah, okay. Muka dia. Okay, nampak Furina, nampak Furina.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Furina. Who are you?
The sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor? Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe. Now, she knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a... But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand?
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is after becoming a god. I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Furina.
Okay, alright.
She could feel joy,
So kalau betul, bukan memang betul lah ni kan.
She could be as vain
So sebenarnya macam si Fazynerss ni seorang je carry Fontaine lah, lebih kurang gitu.
Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Furina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her.
So betul lah.
All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydro Archon alone. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Furina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy, under the curse I placed on her. So long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die.
I see.
But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from... I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Furina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it.
Betul juga. Memang kesian
It's
lah.
been 500
500 years.
And all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Fazynerss dalam merancang, kita je lalai. Jauh lagi conclusion dia. Oh, okay. Jauh lagi But sekarang dah tahu jugalah. I mean, karakter sebenar si Furina tu. Sebab aku memang tahu takkan ada macam tu, right? Okay, now I know. Furina's inner world. Oh, okay. Sekarang si Traveler dengan Furina. Fazynerss apa Neuvillette dengan Fazynerss tadi? And ya, itu bukan Skirk lah. Skirk tu belum keluar lagi. Aku tak tahu bila dia nak keluar. Suara Neuvillette sangat rasa sedih. Yes. I mean VA semua buat kerja dengan baik weh. Serius. Lagi memang Neuvillette lah. Aku rasa Neuvillette dengan Furina lah. Diorang berdua ni memang apa, VA diorang memang top notch. Diorang punya acting tu.
Oh, who permitted you
Furina
to come
berlakon
onto the
seorang selama
stage?
500 tahun. Yes.
I understand
That's what I'm
your
talking about.
admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules. All right. It is not my
Don't look at me,
intent
don't
to
look at me.
reprimand
What?
you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Fazynerss. The eyes of countless Fontainians are upon
Ini apa?
me.
Ini macam
I must at all times
apa yang dia cakap dalam
display
hati
the
ke apa tu lebih
utmost
kurang?
elegance and nobility.
Okay. Turn off.
Dear audience, the
Wait, what?
performance is
A
experiencing
cry without
technical
echo. Dalam ni pun ada
difficulty,
juga.
but worry not.
Aduh.
The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Oh, okay. Aku ingat macam nak boleh sekali. Tapi tak boleh.
The tides beckon.
Lambat juga aku nak mati. Okay. Next.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Tak kena pula. Jauh lagi conclusion dia. Alright. Aku memang nak tahu conclusion dia apa yang terjadi. Baru 11 lebih. Okay lah, 12 lebih lah. Sebelum kau 1 boleh lah ni. A ticket? Golden ticket. Alright. VIP seat. Apa yang dia kena lakukan versus apa yang dia sebenarnya rasa. Ya. Alright. Nice lah pada aku. Archon Quest kali ni banyak misteri.
Furina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid.
I am before you.
I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon.
Yeah.
Oh, very good.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember.
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you.
Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or
Disaster
later.
will come to Fontaine sooner or later.
Alright.
Doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. I will tell you how to save everyone,
but you may have to suffer.
You may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. As for the suffering, well, I will admit.
Why do I
that's
have to be the
first
one
thing
to
that came-
suffer?
But if the prophecy will come true, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side.
You truly are the perfect human. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god.
So ni masa first diorang bertemu ni kot aku rasa. So macam traveller saksikan balik lah.
You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed?
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without...
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be...
I'm still not sure I understand, but... So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh?
Okay, scene 2. Tadi scene 1. Ready tissue by the way, lepas ni sedih. Tapi kalau ikutkan agak sedih jugalah sebenarnya karakter Furina, Fazynerss ni semua. Macam diorang punya belakang ni agak berat weh. Carry Fontaine right.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession. What should I say to most appear like a god?
Summon courage.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the...
Opera
I'm sure you've all
Epiclase.
heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, Indeed, I am Furina de Fontaine. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god. But as the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please this should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit...
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's...
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen.
500 tahun. Kalau betul lah dia asyik kena macam ni kan. Hoi. Siapa je tak rasa nak give up.
Why is everyone suspecting me of being right? Myrmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Furina. Think. Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That...
So, dia buatkan ini karakter dia.
People. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership. Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Personality? It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech.
Some encourage
My
lagi.
dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine.
Close politely and the speech.
There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, so long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the opera epiclese.
Alright, menarik. Bang nak spoiler tak? Tak nak. Jangan sesekali bagi spoiler. So masa ni dia jumpa apa, Neuvillette?
Lady Furina, here are today's case reports as well as a summary of the follow-up for...
Come now, was I not just at the opera house in person? Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to.
Ni kira dia punya Furina punya origin story lah, right?
What kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end.
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright. And do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now. Do your...
She's silly, that's why I love her. Yes. Memang macam vibe aku tahu lah sebenarnya Dennis.
I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. All right. Deoteria, is it? How it...
You remembered me, and you knew of my family too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than...
Okay.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should...
You're such a gentle and wise god.
So maybe
Fazynerss dah kata begitu dekat Neuvillette. Neuvillette akan rasa simpati kat Furina ni agaknya. Kalau aku pun kot. I mean, she's a human yang kena curse.
Lady Furina, here are the latest hydrological reports.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already all manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass.
Well, as I understand it...
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods after all. Still... The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion.
Dia punya true self, and tadi kalau dia rasanya depan orang je lah, dia memang tak akan tunjuk diri dia yang sebenarnya. Apa yang dia rasa.
I just need to keep going.
And everyone will be safe. Yes. Baik, Furina.
Alright, Furina, don't think too hard about this.
Selama 500 tahun.
Need rest. Tomorrow.
Macam ni. Memang lain macam lah kita punya Furina.
Lady Furina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that.
Lady Furina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear loyal citizen.
Lady Furina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me... I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about.
Kesian Syed. Kadang kalau fikir balik hidup Furina ni.
I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today too.
Ready bang, nanti lawan bos. Ya, tu tahu. Lawan Will. Tak sabar juga nak lawan dia. Come on, come on, come on. Sin. Hui, 182375. Wow.
Lady Furina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was...
And what a fine family yours is indeed.
My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Crying, yeah.
Are you crying?
Really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power.
Siap, Furina. Hey.
So interminable. Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I
reached my limit. No, I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act.
Mirror me. Furina and oh, okay, ni yang dia dekat dalam tu.
Furina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone, although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone.
Yeah. Yep.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can just share it with me.
And what you call a witness.
Yeah, and if Tevat is in its entirety, he's right. I could confide in him, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Furina, you shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really all right, Furina? You've worked so hard for so long. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations, and if you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never.
Banyak tengah fikir time ni tau, yang masa nak bagi tahu ni. Sekali pom masuk a private list.
No, I have nothing to say. I am Furina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Okay, itu tak macam apa yang aku expect, but yeah.
Fine.
Daniel, hello. What up, what up? 11:30
So even
sudah.
Furina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, it seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works. But that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core.
Yes.
It now seems that that person was you.
Aku raga mesti ada someone control.
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
What?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Furina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly but really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the vast majority had to be accumulated.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only been. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne.
So betul lah, memang Fazynerss dah lama rancang.
So the
Dia je lah
Oratrice's
lain ni.
call for death was for neither Furina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
This was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
all you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation, defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainian Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last. I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. You are a devious one, Focalor. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
Okay.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come.
So,
I know
dia
I
must
may
sacrifice
not
diri
sound
dia
it,
lah kira
but
sekarang ni.
faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
So kalau Hydro Archon sebagai Fasiri dia, Neuvillette akan jadi the next Archon, isn't it? Okay, tengok OST dia macam ni. Hey, goosebump baby. Aku rasa sedih dia tu, tapi nasib tak terkeluar air mata. Thank you, Furina, for all you have done. From this moment on, please live happily as a human. Yes, as I wish we could. Fuh.
I, Udex Neuvillette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
So kalau bak kata Fazynerss tadi tu, kira now Neuvillette dah ada dia punya full power as sovereign dragon balik lah.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means.
Yeah.
I now have the ability to separate the power of the primordial sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice. The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring Narwhal.
Narwhal.
Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Alright. Okay, memang interesting way conquest kali ni. Neuvillette tengah menangis. Yap. Sedih shoot kalau kisah ni lah Fazynerss, Furina ni semua. Hydra Sovereign Dragon will protect Fontaine from now on. Yup. Sekejap lah, terus start rupanya. Kau makin banyak. Alamak. So, aku tu nak tukar karakter terus. Kami kata suruh bawa Zhong Ali tadi.
Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you.
We shall look for an opening, okay.
Off we go.
Come on Bennett, come on Bennett. Bennett jangan link ke Tuhan Neuvillette boleh. Bila yang aku boleh attack dia ni sebenarnya? Oh boleh je, okay. Right. Okay, okay. Okay, bulat tu no, dia macam confused lah sebab macam bulat tu sama dengan dia punya floor ni. So yeah. Aku kena hancurkan ni.
The all-devouring Narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour.
Ya Allah. First time. Aku tak tahu dia punya movement, dia punya playstyle apa semua ni. Tapi memang betul lah, memang kena bawa Zhilang lah. Come on bear. Matai dia bear. Face ni elak-elak je. Oh. Oh ya, sebab macam ada tu tadi dia full right. We're about to be beaten. Okay, now baru kita fight. Weh. Okay. Soundtrack dia cool. Dan macam weh. Come on Neuvillette. Mana power baru kau Neuvillette? Show me.
I have granted you my protection.
Yes, the power of Numa Usia.
And use my power to suppress its root from within.
Alright. Allah.
One with nature.
Use the power of. Mana aku nak guna power tu masalahnya? Right. Oh, there you go. Wait, what? Dia baling child di dalam tu je? Okay. Kalau nampak gaya memang dia macam lagi powerful.
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but oh well.
With the cleanup? Okay.
It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime.
Private training session? My disciple and my master's pet?
Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder.
That power. Who are you exactly?
An idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak.
To the weak? Wow.
But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring Narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals. I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring Narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is, all in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed
Yeah.
it. So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertology.
Sertology? Nama si Will tu ke?
I am unfamiliar with...
Huh. So master is insufficiently famous.
Oh, tu nama master dia, okay.
How should I describe him then?
So tu
Have you heard of the
bukan
name the Fowl?
child dia punya pet lah.
The Fowl?
For legacy.
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfulnir then? Or...
Ooh, that one we've heard! Rhine Doctor's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's farm, right?
What?
Oh, so you do know that name.
So
To
maksudnya
be
mak-mak
honest,
dekat
I also
Mondstadt
heard all
ni
of those
memang
names and titles from my master.
semua memang power-power
I
ke
don't
apa?
actually know them either.
At least apa tadi, tak kisah mak ke apa, master tadi Mona, apa Nicole.
But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rheindotter. They are both pursuing some—
Wait! Didn't you also mention a visionary?
Actually, never mind that. I believe that the all-devouring Narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
Yep.
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Furina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Okay, Skirk tu aku rasa dia memang fight dan slave punya power tu aku rasa. So ini apa yang berlaku dekat Fontaine sekarang Okay, this is live. Sekejap, ini arc yang okay, ni yang si Wesley buat ni lah semua. Yes.
All hands initiate emergency rescue.
Hurry! Hey, lend a hand.
Fremine, go help someone. So kalau Fontaine dah memang hancur.
Look, the water's receding.
Oh. Oh.
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Are you alright?
Yeah.
We're safe. The prophecy was wrong.
Baik dia Genshin punya animation ni semua. Like je tak sabar nak tengok dia punya anime. 100% aku akan layan.
The soil renewed. The Spina Divasula tax post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. skyship winglet, boon or bane of the
Okay,
Fontaine
so apa yang
Research
Charlotte
Institute.
buat
The various disputes that have
headline
arisen on
lah.
account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly people always call the first.
Yep.
Wow, Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really curious?
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh?
More fashion, more
The
fun, I
Steambird's idea was
guess.
pretty simple.
Memang,
With the
memang.
disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports
So
and go into
kiranya
the stories
si
behind
apa?
those people.
Fazynerss selamatkan Fontaine by sacrificing herself lah, right?
Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying
And
ship.
kiranya sekarang
Navia.
Frina dah jadi human biasa?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me.
Are you sure?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on.
Alright. Ada lagi tu dalam 15 minit. Okay, kita habiskan je. Go to Poisson. Memang kuatlah Skirk sebab dia dari abyss dari another world. Of course. I mean, dari tengok dia punya appearance macam tu je pun dah tahulah. Autopull. Alright. Faham.
Navia!
Aku ingat lah Kino suit.
Oh, it's you.
I mean outfit dia macam dengan rambut dia macam sama.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supply.
I
Our residents are
see.
hard at work as well.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report?
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible.
That would be
Friendly
fine.
neighbors.
Thanks.
Friendly neighborhood. Fathui.
You're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials.
Huh? You're here too, Clarion?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Furina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision makers.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always.
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile.
Smile.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition
Okay,
of the
memang
picture.
best. 4.2 Archon quest kali
Hang
ni
on a
memang
moment.
best.
Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
Dari segi dia punya storytelling apa semua, cun.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news. And also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the fortress.
Whoa, you're well informed.
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become... I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridesley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. And
stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting.
Tiba-tiba Skirk tu nanti jadi playable, lepas tu jadi healer je. Jadi playable, trash. Tapi kalau tak jadi playable, memang dia lah terpaling power. Nah, dia orang tak akan buat macam tu punya. Sebab dia, aku rasa Hoyo dah tahu kot player Genshin ni jenisnya macam mana, perangai dia semua. So, yup.
here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke! Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nerd...
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the...
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Yes, so sekarang just Charlotte nak buat laporan ke macam mana ni?
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the
Cuba
photos
tengok
we need.
Furina, dia bukan gnosis kan, tapi vision.
Miss Charlotte.
It
Tak
would
perasan
seem
pula
that
apa yang dia
Miss
pakai kat outfit
Lorraine
tu.
doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier.
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies...
No, I just...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. The boat that brought about a miracle. The ark that saved the people. Still, if I might ask, where's the flying...
Betul juga kan? Tiba air dah surut, mana dia pergi?
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory.
Really? Well, then in...
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another...
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. Oh,
Seems
like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Ah, Siegeween.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Sure. Come on.
Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the front trip?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, I got a tad...
That's why I decided to let the interview go through.
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun.
I'll just...
Tak dapat cahaya matahari
I
Oh,
see.
bahaya.
Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that harbinger,
Sekejap lagi last
I'm not
penting
sure you
sebab banyak
remember, but
information
his
pada
3 young
future.
followers are still waiting for his return.
Adakah yang kita boleh, maybe soal Neuvillette kot, last tu. Nanti kan dia memang ada selalu
I'll tell them that there's
tanya
good
soalan
news
dekat dia
and
apa yang kita
bad
nak
news.
tanya.
The good being that their boss seemed...
Oh, actually, what about you?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and as to what Miss Furina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey, everyone. The photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
In that
Thanks for your
case,
cooperation. Come on, traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. All right. Last stop, the docks.
The docks. Here we go. Mana tu? $12, okay lah. Just apa yang aku target lah. Before pukul 1. Okay, come on Dave. Tinggi sangat ke? Tapi aku boleh je kalau nak terjun ke bawah terus, right? Ke dekat sini? Okay, tak. Terjun je lah. Terjun. Oh, okay memang tinggi. Saya faham. Jangan risau, Liv. Saya tak marah. Arlecchino leaving Fontaine for now. Arlecchino. So, adakah Lini Lynette ni pun akan
Navia mentioned that she stayed
follow?
in touch with Linny and the others after working together.
Traveler, Paimon. And Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things.
Trick of
Magic
friend.
pocket
I would...
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says...
Got it.
Terjun je, yes.
My, that
I
Charlotte
mean,
is rather
kalau aku tunggu lagi
perceptive.
tu, oi,
She got
lama
rid
weh.
of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you.
Aku
Father
baru
says
sedar
that
dia
you
punya
did a
tinggi
great
tu macam
deal
mana.
during the
Sebab
latest events.
masa datang sini pun masa
She's
awal-awal je
very
lah. Masa
grateful
nak
for
pergi
your
Fontaine tu.
contributions to Fontaine.
And sekarang ni. Tak ingat dah dia punya tinggi tu macam mana sebenarnya.
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. After Lady Furina left, Father and Monsieur
Okay.
Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself.
Neuvillette sendiri bagi
But when I
Arlaki
thought it
no.
over, there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring Narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid.
That's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about.
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur
Okay.
So there's some reason for this that only Neuvillette knows about?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which,
Isn't he real busy? But back to the topic. The gnosis was given to the knave, right?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster
I
really did a number.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be
Itulah tu.
allied with them this time.
From enemy now macam dah
So shocked
alive
by
pula.
such a simple switching of sides?
Ada kino. Ada kino ke ni? Yep.
Father!
Well, well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance.
Are you going to take the gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. Switching my masks is something I've always done. Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot
Alright,
be
so lepas ni
achieved
aku rasa,
alone, and you've
maybe
proved
lah
yourselves to be great partners.
pasal Arlecchino pula.
A vision.
Oh,
Alright.
childish vision.
I'll remember to return it.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh?
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm...
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians.
Rookie talent.
I will. The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, okay,
She
dia
has
seorang.
such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, traveler, Paimon, you
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I guess this must be life. We will... Alright then. We'll be handing out pockets and some other...
Alright, right now there are 26 or 7 gnosis now. Itulah banyak, right? I mean, macam pelik juga. Neuvillette just bagi begitu saja, ataupun sebenarnya Neuvillette tahulah apa yang diorang nak buat dengan gnosis tu ke. I don't know. Tapi kalau bukan Fatui yang macam betul-betul jahat dekat dalam Genshin ni, siapa I mean, Fatui tu macam Akatsuki lah kononnya, right? But macam Akatsuki tu pun memang ada yang baik, ada yang jahat. I don't know. Berapa lama lagi ni sebenarnya? Okay, dah last ni. Dah jumpa Neuvillette. Oh ya, aku tak ambil lagi. Nanti ambil. Tinggal Archon Pyro je next. Ya. Dengan Cryo. Cryo belum ada lagi, right?
Really? Oh, I suppose
Celestia sebenarnya yang jahat. Paimon sebenarnya yang jahat last.
In any case, you came at a good time.
Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved?
It is strange how words...
Alright.
Whoa. So that's what happened?
I only saw Furina's part. Yep.
Fossilor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power, but Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontainians from...
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the... In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians became true...
Fossilor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come... Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Fossilor finally managed to fulfill...
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask.
Yeah,
ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
I have no more about the next stop on my game about Fontaine-Gnosis.
Oh, that's right!
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done... Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis.
Yeah?
The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more. And as such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well exceed...
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Alright, next stop on my journey.
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume.
Yeah.
I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide.
Tapi lama lagi
so
lah.
all I can do is tell you what I know about that. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
A nation of dragons?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution.
Okay.
Natlan is also the nation of war.
Nation of war.
War ravages those lands like an undying flame.
Okay, so mesti ada war yang gempak kat Natlan nanti. Maybe.
There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe the Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
The Captain. Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing their thing.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Fontaine's future.
Yeah, about that. Risley said Furina...
Ah, Lady Furina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon. I related Fossilor's words to her faithfully and completely. She simply said that she was
tired and needed to rest.
Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the opera house. Not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's...
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or... In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Fossilor the Hydro Archon...
Become the Archon then.
After Fossilor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration,
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this, as such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce...
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still...
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute.
Wow.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance,
he awakened the all-devouring Narwhal.
But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root. As for the judgment passed by the oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us.
Guess Focalor had Fontainians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally hang on a second. Paimon said back when Fontainians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontaine...
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all...
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring...
Paimon sorta gets it.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Kita dah tahu semuanya. Dia biasa macam... Ni last Archon Quest je. Macam cara dia.
Earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards... We guessed that there might be some reason for it.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
Apa tu?
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Okay, ada lagi. Capitano will be big role in Netherlands because he is #1 Fatoi Harbinger. Nama pun the captain kan, so maybe masuk akal jugalah tu.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You heard...
What next?
The all-devouring Narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Remains of the third descender?
Remains?
According to your parlance, I believe...
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's but I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just...
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So it is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds...
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my...
This third descender you refer to, who are they?
Yeah.
Master never mentioned them to me. If you're interested, though, I could ask him.
Next time. You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own.
Okay.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of the third... So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just...
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special...
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the...
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary...
She mentioned... I am the fourth descender. One that the noses are related to the sender, and 2, that the one who came before me has already died.
I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Nampak macam tak kena kan?
Like being able to... No, let's not think about this stuff right now. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender.
I won't die so easily.
That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking.
Alright. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis...
Yeah.
All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human.
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's wit. I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will what life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. And what ultimately is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Settle. Alright, okay, memang best. Kali ni punya Archon Quest lama juga 12.5, alright. Just like Nahida say, Traveler is 4th Descender. Okay, aku tak ingat. But aku rasa sekarang ni okay lah, memang aku dah akan ingat tak. Traveler 4th Descender. So memang Traveler tu aku pun tak tahu sebenarnya. Dia tu macam mana yang sebenarnya, right? And still tak ada apa-apa story pasal siblings dia tu lagi. I don't know bila diorang nak start balik pasal tu. Datang masa kat Netherlands nanti. But yeah, Furina sekarang dah keluar dekat Fontaine, tapi tak apa, kita dah ada Furina sendiri. Ini Furina ni nantilah aku build Aku rasa memang hari Isnin kot baru aku boleh start build dia ni. And nak farm dia punya material apa semua. Cuba kalau tiba-tiba kita dapat power Fazynerss bukan Furina. Lagilah padu. But yeah, settle lah untuk kita punya Archon Quest. Just like that. Sedih Furina, sedih. Tapi memang yang macam aku cakap tadi lah, storytelling dia kali ni memang cun lah. Memang cun. So untuk chapter 4 complete. Now kira aku rasa macam Fontaine story pun kira dah settle lah ni kot. Maybe kalau ada Archon Quest pun macam Archon Quest yang filler lebih kurang gitu. But macam pasal Fontaine ni semua dah settle. Furina ngeset. Furina tengah merajuk sesuang tu, entah gimana lah dia agaknya, right? Aduh. Oh wait. Apa jadi? Okay, sekejap aku nak buka chat aku balik. Okay, here we go. Jangan lupa buat weekly boss baru sekarang. Oh yep, lupa ada weekly boss yang baru. Aku tak usah pula tadi. But yeah, kalau Will tu just fight sampai second phase je lah tadi, right? Aku rasa dia memang akan ada third phase lagi. But kalau macam story tadi tu just Neuvillette kasi settle lah. But kalau kita fight dia sendiri nanti aku tak sure susah sangat ke ataupun mesti biasa je. Tapi yang first phase tu memang aku rasa just kena elak-elak je lah kot. Macam tak perlu nak fight apa-apa sangat. Then dah masuk mulut dia tu, barulah kena start fighting. Siapa Archon Hydro sebenar selepas dah mati Fazynerss? I don't know. Maybe Neuvillette? Sebab kalau macam siapa yang layak pun memang Neuvillette je lah sekarang ni. Descendant ni datang dari dunia lain macam Traveler. Ya, macam Traveler kan dia kena campak masuk Tevat ni. Kira yang macam siapa tadi cakap? Furina cakap lah. Right. A really good Archon Quest. Indeed. Memang best. Orang yang happy memang selalu tersakiti. Itu betul. Aku tak pull Furina, aku tunggu Ayato Rerun lagi berapa hari, 20 hari nak keluar. Good luck. Semoga berjaya dapat dia. Nah, untuk aku memang aku just kena kena apa nama dia? Farm artifacts, material Furina apa semua tu. World quest pun banyak yang menarik. Okay. World quest Fontaine pun banyak lagi aku tak buat sebenarnya. And nanti pun aku nak try main story quest Furina, but aku tak sure aku nak buat stream ataupun main sendiri. Tengok dulu macam mana nanti. Neuvillette dan Furina mana lagi kuat? Neuvillette. But kalau Neuvillette dengan Fazynerss, itu aku tak sure. In your opinion, yang best mana? Sumeru AQ atau Fontaine? For me, diorang macam sama-sama best je lah sebenarnya. Cuma macam pada aku nak rasa feel lagi best tu, aku rasa dekat Fontaine ni punya lah. Sumeru close second lah for me. Furina dapat dah semalam. Next Sino. Tanah Ayato sebab dah dapat lama dah. Okay, good luck. Aku Furina dah dapat. Sino dah ada. Ayato pun dah ada dah. Baiju je yang memang aku tak nak. Cuba tengok verse line Neuvillette Vantage Jungle DA dan Nahida cakap pasal Furina, alright? Nanti aku show-share pasal tu. Still tunggu Raiden Shogun sebab untuk C2. Oh, good luck bro. Links kata dia akan keluar dekat 4.3 ni nanti. So yeah, maybe dah boleh start kumpul primers dulu kat sekarang ni. Gameplay Navia. Apa tu? Dia punya links ke? Aku tak ada tengok lagi. Serius rasa macam Heavenly Principle ni sus. Plus diorang pun first Descender, maybe diorang ada hide something. Maybe, but kita akan deep dive lagi into that in the future aku rasa. Bila? Itu aku tak sure lah, memang lama lagi ke? Maybe lama lagi lah. Archon Hydro tak wujud dah. Jadi pemilik asal Hydro Dragon Sovereign. I see. So, ya, tapi kiranya macam Neuvillette lah yang maybe akan jaga si Fontaine tu sekarang. Furina perlu ER 180 to 200 kalau nak sedap. Alright, roger that. Means that aku kena perlu fokuskan dekat dia punya ER juga. Okay. Furina ada dua sifat yang berbeza. Mungkin ada diagnosis di antara dua sifat tu. Yup. Tapi sekarang rasanya memang Furina dah truly become herself as human aku rasa. But maybe sekarang di tengah apa nama dia? Tengah healing lah. Ya, sekarang tengah healing lah kot. Bila dia akan muncul balik, I don't know. Ada kemungkinan keluar 4.3 ke? Yes. Kalau ikut leaks lah, but tak sure betul ke tak. Cuma aku rasa betul lah tu kot. Panjang lagi cerita Genshin ni dengan Fatila Skirk lah. Yeah, Mark Lee, Albedo, Nicole apa semua tu. I mean, the slave and siblings tu banyak lagi lah sebenarnya. Memang banyak lagi. Berapa tahun lagi agaknya Aku rasa okay lah, dia release 2020 tak salah aku. Maybe 2025, 2026 gitu kot akan end. Lebih kurang gitulah. But kalau ikut Honkai Impact pun dah lama. Dah 5 tahun, 6 tahun kot sekarang. Still tak end lagi, right? So, I don't know, man. Dah 10 tahun. Lama siut. Irfan Aiman, gerak lu. Terima kasih stream. Alright, thank you, brother. Thank you for joining. Dan sekarang pun dah 12.30. Esok pun aku nak bangun lepas subuh terus. Pukul 5, pukul 4. 4, pukul 5 kot dah. Gerak. Navia kuasa apa? Hydro ke? Navia. Apa nama dia? Geo. Navia Geo. Be honest, I've been sleeping the whole time. Time hujung baru sedar diri. Okay. Baru macam, apa patut macam perasan juga. Dekat hujung baru. Muncul ni ZR tu ni. Don't worry bro, saya faham. You're in college right now. Lepas tu tak cerita lagi yang God first pisahkan sibling traveler. Yup. Itu aku rasa semua tu maybe end game tau. Aku rasa lah. Best Archon quest kali ni. Yep, memang best. Navia Joy. Yeah, Furina kan ada healer rasanya sebab nak dapat full potential buff dia. Oh, okay. Sebab aku memang tak ada tengok lagi macam dia punya guide ke apa semua. Aku tak ada usah-usah lagi. So, nanti aku akan tengok. Fatui takut dengan Alice. Like, apa ya? Diorang punya power tu lagi macam mana agaknya? Alice lah, Mak si Albedo tu, Nicole tu semua, right? Semua kira tu orang-orang Mondstadt lah, right? Padu-padu orang Mondstadt ni. Traveler quest harap-harap dapat awal. Traveler quest? Apa maksudnya nak jumpa dia punya sibling tu? Gerak gimana? Esok saya gerak KL bang. KL ke Selangor? KL Selangor lah, lebih kurang gitulah. Genshin story end probably around 2026. Maybe lah, itu pun apa yang aku predict lah. 5-6 tahun lebih kurang gitu. Aku rasa memang lama sebenarnya. Tapi aku rasa still patut end dekat situ lah. Jangan macam drag lama sangat sebab kita tak tahu player base macam mana, right? Still akan main lagi ke? Hidup lagi ke tak ke? Nak pergi Inazuma tak perlu bawa KL lagi dah sebab ada Furina. Why? Saya memang dari terlepas nak sangat Fazynerss dan banner kali ni saya akan pull habis-habisan. Harap dapat lah. Good luck bro, good luck. So aku dah dapat Furina ni, aku transfer luck lah. Luck menang 50-50. Skirk design Honkai Valkyrie. Maybe asal sana kot. Genshin collab dengan Honkai. Sekali sebenarnya diorang macam ada relate universe. Sebab kalau tengok tadilah dari segi Skirk tu semua dengan dia punya macam black hole apa semua tu, right? Memang macam ada vibe-vibe Honkai lah sebenarnya semua tu. But I don't know. Sebab lagi satu pun dia Hoyo juga yang buat. So maybe design tu adalah sedikit sama kot. Mak Albedo berasal dari Kanria. I see. Korang ingat semua tu? Aku dah tak ingat siut. Lah ingat kan memang duduk KL dah selama ni? No, saya orang Johor. Johor baru. Harap-harap ada Furina second story quest. Tak puas lagi nak kenal dia. Lagi dekat. Kalau Yoimiya ada second story quest, kenapa tidak Furina? I mean, aku punya Yoimiya second story quest pun aku tak buat lagi. But Furina ni punya pun ramai kata best. Nanti aku buat lah. Anyway, that's it lah. Aku pun dah nak off stream. Saya mahu tidur. And kita akan jumpa balik next week. And hari Jumaat pula lah aku buat stream macam biasa. Next week nak buat apa pula Aku rasa maybe explore area baru. Maybe just fun-fun explore sama-sama je lah. Itu je lah. Sebab macam Archon quest dah settle dah. And story quest tu kadang-kadang aku fikir macam nak buat stream, but aku rasa macam better buat sendiri je kot, tak perlu buat video. I don't know, tengok dulu macam mana. But yep, that's it. Thank you guys sebab join semua. Yang masuk member, yang bagi super chat, thank you so much, I appreciate it. Thanks stream malam ni Fazy, saya dah nak beransur. Till we meet again, alright, bye bye Zaid, bye bye. Caps, Haziq,